Hello? Hello, hello? Hello! Hello, everyone! we're here. We're finally did it. This after the long month of March. We're finally at volume 9. Wahoo! We've done it. It's happening now. Do you think the subtitles are gonna last? I don't think they will. So I'll just hit reset. I'll just refresh this page right off the bat. We've been here long enough to know what to expect by this point. How's everyone doing? Is everyone ready to watch volume 9 together? And we'll check out the epilogue at the end too, which is gonna be very exciting. Right off the bat, Wild Pilot, had a super chat. Because they're so nice. Wild Pilot said, probably not gonna make the start of the stream. I'll just say that the epilogue ties a great many things together into a fun teaser. Hope everyone has a lovely stream. Thank you, Wild Pilot. You're very cool and I appreciate you. What? What do you mean, what? What? What is happening? Jeez Louise, this website, already the problems with the website. So, let's not sit around waiting, let's just dive right in and hit play. Bit of a busy morning. It's first of all, did everyone watch, Celtic Phoenix's Justice League, Fixing RWBY crossover? It was a good one. It is playing. It's just like wind noises, yeah. Thank you, Cool Turkey. Please tell me this isn't an April Fool's as well. This is not, I promise. This is not an April Fool's. I have done one April Fool's video, and it was like years ago. It was when I did the ranking RWBY ships, but I was talking about their ship names, not the actual ships. That was the only time I've ever done an April Fool's video, and the thing is, it's just like a lot of effort. A lot of effort for usually not a very, like if you have a funny joke, it works. Like I think Celtic Phoenix's video was very funny. I helped edit it. I worked on it, it was very good. I had a lot of fun with it. My favorite part was when the iceberg showed up, and it's in the shape of the Stranger Danger guy. That's that. What is happening with your website right now, Rooster Teeth? Here, I'll lower the quality. There we go. Yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I had a lot of stuff happen this morning. I posted, there's a new short available where I talk about the random background faunus characters from volume 4 and 5, like Yuma, Trifa, Saber, and Mata. And then I also posted a new video to Patreon. If you're a patron, you can check out the new video. I'm comparing the Ghosts shows from the UK version and the American version. So, then that'll be available tomorrow on YouTube for everybody as well. And then also patrons now get to vote on the next video topic poll. They're voting on the, a magical girl May topic, which is very exciting. The subtitles aren't gone. No one's saying anything, is the thing. It's just been like RWBY gasping. So, yeah. What a surprise. If they are gone, Rooster Teeth's website continues to be like the worst ever. And so I was going through and doing all that and getting all that stuff happening. And for a moment, I almost forgot to actually set up stream. Like, I tweeted about it an hour ago to be like, in an hour, we're gonna start streaming. That's because I remembered right at that moment I needed to set up stream. So, it's been a bit much. Yeah, this is the worst episode of this volume, in my opinion. I also don't like episode 3, but at least things happen in 3. That's them fighting the Red Prince, you know? It's, like things happen in 3. There's a good song in episode 3. It takes a long time to get to the fighting, but once the fighting starts, it's actually very good. This is actually the worst episode. Like, 100%. It's boring all the way through. Every single joke is dumb. It's super slow. There's no background music or anything. Like, you can see the subtitles. Nothing's happening. No one's talking. It's weird. The jokes are horrible. And it's the only one Carrie wrote. This is the only episode Carrie wrote, and it just hammers home to me that Carrie doesn't know how to write. Like, I've had suspicions before, but it's always hard to tell, because lots of times it's a Carrie and Miles episode, and it's hard to know what parts Carrie did. You know, the writing process is very collaborative. It's hard to really pinpoint anything on one specific person. But this is the only episode that he wrote, and he didn't write it with anyone else, and it's the worst episode in every single regard. It's also the only one he directed by himself, and the directing is also bad. It's slow, it's boring, there's no background music whatsoever. We're 4 minutes in and nothing's happened still. We do this whole song and dance with Ruby and Little, and they decide to go, like, comedy with it? And this is weird, where she's, like, sad, and then she helps the mouse get their cheese, and she's like, I'm happy now. And it's just weird, and it's not, the comedic timing is bad. like, I understand the idea of going comedic with this interaction, because we gotta set the tone for the rest of the story, I guess. But it's just, like, it's not actually funny. It's set up like it's supposed to be funny, but it's just not. It's just screaming. Eric, is things loading poorly on your end? Because it seems fine for me. My numbers are still looking good. It is rainy again today. I didn't expect it to be. It actually looks like it might rain harder today. So we'll see. But everything's fine. This dialogue is also, like, clunky and boring. Hi, Mercury. Sup to you as well. The dialogue's, like, slow and drab, and it's just this one shot, and then the shot of Little in her hand. It's so slow and droning. It's such a boringly written and directed episode. There's no other words for it. It's honestly hard to even talk about. I've said everything I can, because there are no more critiques, other than it is boring, the dialogue is slow and droning, and it is not funny. Ruby does say one thing. Where she's like, she mentions Blake, and she's like, cat ears, and then Little freaks out. Yeah, and she says this line. I've seen plenty of cartoons. Are you stupid, Ruby? You could just see that in reality. Like, it's not a cartoon-specific concept that cats chase mice. That just exists. Also, have you? Like, I can imagine she said this line because they're like, oh, we want to establish that, like, cartoons in this world. It's like, we've never seen her watching cartoons, just like we've never seen cats and mice in Remnant. I think not having real animals more in Remnant really hurt the magic of the Ever After. It's a small nitpick thing, you know, but, like, does Ruby even know what cats are? Like, we can only assume animals exist because we've seen that there are birds, like crow and raven, but there are other birds like them that aren't specifically crow and raven. And also, Zwei. Those are the only animals we've ever, or horses, I guess, yeah. But it's like, have we seen cats in the show, ever? Have we seen mice? Wouldn't Ruby know what cats and mice are? We're supposed to just assume that they are real in the world of Remnant, but we don't know that for sure. You know? This is your favorite volume? Is it actually? I'm pretty on the fence about this one. The worst thing is it starts so horribly. Like, it gets better. I was thinking about it yesterday, actually, that it's like the opposite of Volume 8, where Volume 8 started really good, and then it got worse in the second half. This one starts really bad, and then gets better with the second half. even with the questionable tea-related plotline. Oh, by the way, did everyone get their water so you can stay hydrated? I've made a realization about my Pavlov's dog effect I'm trying to do on you, where every time I get water, I tell you to like, comment, and subscribe. I've just succeeded in Pavlov's dog-ing myself, where after stream yesterday, I was getting water, and in my head I thought, like, comment, and subscribe, and so I've just done it for me. I've trained myself to associate hydration with liking, commenting, and subscribing. So, oops, partial success. I know, it's Charmin now. Okay, real talk. Actually, real talk. I think these commercials have gotten too weird over time. Like, I remember the very beginning of the Charmin Bear commercials, back when it was just the dad character, and then they slowly added the other family members. I think they've gotten too weird with it. You know, they're a little too obsessed with their toilet stuff. You know, it's just a little too much at times, especially these blue ones, because they're like extra into it because they're trying to highlight the ultra softness of this toilet paper. It's just a little weird. The music doesn't help. I just think weird stuff. Yeah, the hunter mice. I wish they were more unique colors. Like, you know, the one leader hunter mouse has like black and green, and Little's just like a normal mouse. I just wish Little looked a little bit different. Yeah, don't kink shame. Sorry, you're right, Azure Moon. Those bears have their own thing going on. Who am I to judge? Ugh, it's just so not funny. I'm sorry, I was just watching the scene. It's just not good. It's slow. The comedy's bad. It just really hammers home to me that Carrie doesn't know what he's doing, or he half-assed this. Because he, like, co-directed some other episodes. Like, I think he directed 4. I just lay it out in my full review for Volume 9. But, like, this is the only one that it's just him. There's no one else we could pin any praise or blame on. It's just him. And this is just such a failure in every regard. I wonder if he had, like, rushed it out or something. Because it's weird that he's the only one who wrote it and directed it when every other episode is, like, a much bigger combination of people, you know? So I wonder if they had to rush out this episode, and then, like, later they made the rest of the episodes for some reason. I don't know. It's weird. But yeah, I like all the people who sit there. Let me know what you guys all think. Would you be okay? Would you prefer if RWBY continues that the RWBY stays, the same writers specifically, writers and directors? Would you like it if RWBY stayed the same, no matter who picked up RWBY from here? Or would you rather they got new writers to replace all of them? Or would you rather have it be a combination of those two? Like, have some of the original writers and some new writers, or something like that. What would you prefer? Because I've seen so many different opinions about this scattered across the internet, and no one can really agree, I feel like. You know, and if any of those options happened, would it be, like, a deal breaker? Like, if it would be like, oh, if Miles and Carrie, Eddie and Kiersey are coming back, I will refuse to watch it, or I will refuse to watch it if they're not coming back, anything like that. Because I've been seeing a lot of different takes all over. And thank you, Lashizall? And I feel like I said it wrong, and I'm sorry. I'm doing my best. I'm just bad with names and stuff. But thank you. I think it would have been more engaging to spend the first 3 episodes of the girls finding each other and see where each headspace is at when alone. I totally agree. I 100% totally agree. Thank you, Ranger. Just saying no. Like, no, you don't want the Kirby to be coming back? Nice. No, I totally agree. Leshizal? Because I was so excited, and something I did with my own AU version, my pre-write for Volume 9 that I did, was that it does take a couple of episodes. Like, some of them meet up sooner than others, but it's like Weiss finds Jean, and then Yang finds Blake, and it kind of hammers home RWBY being alone. And it's like, we hardly ever get to see moments where these characters just get to think for themselves, not having to talk to each other. But I guess maybe it would have been a detriment in the long run, because the first, 7 minutes of this was RWBY by herself, and it was the most boring thing ever. But yeah, it is a shame that they all immediately team up instantly, because that was part of the fun, right? It was like, they're all separated, they'll have to figure out a way to find each other. Once again, the conflict of the scenario just gets skipped over. They constantly skip conflicts. Like I was saying last time with Ambrosius. It's like, oh, how are they gonna get out of this one? Oh, they just pull the answer out of nowhere. Oh, okay. And it's like, oh man, how are they gonna find each other? Oh, they just do. Oh, okay. And they're just instantly all back together again. It'll take Jean a couple of episodes to reunite, and that'll be a whole thing. Yeah, Yang, ugh, my sister sees me. Blake, yay, my not girlfriend. Yeah, ugh, my sister sees Blake, yay, my not girlfriend. Yeah. It's just like, the way they handle Yang and RWBY might as well not be related, honestly. And they tried to, lean into that way later after RWBY's ascended, and Yang's suddenly she cares. They might as well not be related. It really doesn't add anything. Yeah, Jean's the super special little princess of their story. Special snowflake Jean, so Miles can continue to flex his acting skills. God, it's just such an ugly episode. It's just boring and lame and dumb. The dialogue's awful. Out of character, more often than not. The directing is lazy and bland, slow. It's just a really poorly made episode. And we skipped over the penny stuff. That is something I just don't understand. There are many things with this volume I don't understand. The skipping over the penny stuff, and they made a tweet about it later, or in their director's commentary or something. They were like, oh, we decided to keep that off screen, and we thought that was a good idea, And I just don't understand how. Why? Why would you keep the people learning one of their best friends is dead again as an off-screen conversation? It just makes me think either they're afraid of actually acknowledging conflicts that they do set up, or they're just not interested in their actual conflicts. Or they just don't fundamentally understand what makes characters interesting, As much as I love this opening, I'll have to skip it, because it's just too long and we got stuff to do. We got a lot of volume to watch. We can't afford to sit around and watch it every time. Yeah, it just tells me that they don't fundamentally understand, what's the point of having conflicts in a story? What's the point of having characters if they don't get to react to this world they've established? Why have anything happen, Why, what's the point of anything happening in this story if no one's ever going to acknowledge it, This opening is ranked? No. I haven't ranked it. When I made my opening... Stupid me, I feel so dumb. When I made my opening ranking list, I was like, and then there'll be plenty of other volumes, and I'll make a second one. And now it seems like that might be not a thing. But I haven't ranked Volume 9's opening. I should make a video about it sometime. Let me tackle these super chats. Thank you. Oh, Indigo Demi Panther again. Hi, Indigo. Hi, welcome back. I'm on the side of new writers on the condition that they either A, write a whole new story, or B, they write the whole story after getting rid of everything that doesn't matter. That's the thing. It's like, is this story salvageable? Because having to go back or rewrite the whole of it seems like such a monumental chore, right? Like, I'd rather just see the story end, and then we can tackle new things. But yeah, it's just because, like, what new writer wants to pick up the pieces of this mess, you know? Then we have, thank you, Sky Slasher. Hi, Sky Slasher. On the one hand, new writers could breathe new life into the story. On the other hand, other writers, hers might not know or care about what came before things and make it messier to match their vision. Yeah, that is another misstep that I don't think people think about, because RWBY's really convoluted, and if someone picked it up and didn't know about all the small intricacies of all of it, they could make it even more convoluted. And, like, RWBY's already just awash with retcons, you know? Like, there's so much retconning in the story. So, if someone else showed up and tried retconning a bunch more, then trying to keep whatever is consistent with canon or not canon or questionably canon or maybe sometimes canon, which is already a problem with the show. Like, is the epilogue canon? Is it? I remember the original one we watched, Raven showed up and, like, teleported them back to Remnant, but Raven's not in this volume. So if that's still the case, is it canon? Is it canon adjacent? A dumb term they made up because they don't know how to make up their minds on things. And then thank you, Vivivoxy. Thank you. Hi, seeing you. Nice seeing you today. According to the commentary, the writers admitted they don't understand the criticisms that people had about the heroes being written in the right. Of course they don't. Of course they don't. It's because they don't like hearing criticisms. I understand hearing critique about your work can really hurt, and it can be hard and tough. I've taken art classes. I've posted things online for years. Not everyone's nice, and when people say things that are critical of what you've done, it can be painful, but you're making a professional product. You know, you can't sit there and pat yourselves on the back and gas yourselves up being like, we're a really for reals anime. Everyone loves us. We're watched all around the world. And then also get upset when there's going to be criticisms of your story. They go hand in hand, you know? Like, you can't get all the fame and praise without also acknowledging the critiques and criticisms. And they have such baby skin. They are such whiny little babies when it comes to the criticism. You know, it doesn't matter how nicely you try to word it. They just don't like hearing that they've done something wrong. Every single time. And you can definitely tell, like, listening to certain things that Miles... It's always Miles, because Miles talks a lot, and I think he does it because he gets nervous. But Miles talks a lot about how he doesn't like listening to criticism, because it's too mean. But, like, it's sorry, criticism's not always gonna be nice. You have to deal with it. Oh no, should I, like, make sure poor little baby's emotions don't get too hurt when I tell you that you could be doing a better job? Well, it doesn't matter, because anything's gonna hurt your emotions, because it sucks being told you're doing a poor job. And I bet they just didn't understand because they didn't listen to it. I felt for a very long time that they do not actually listen to criticisms at all. Like, they just ignore criticisms. Unless they really can't ignore it. Unless, like, even the most hardcore fans talk about how something was bad, you know? Especially the ones that are very, like, vocally friends with them. You know, like Cal. Cal has lots of criticisms, you know, but she's also like friends with them on Twitter and stuff, so that's fine. That's whatever. That's cool. I don't blame her for that. But if Cal has like a critique of something, then suddenly they'll start paying attention, you know. But if someone like me, it doesn't matter what I say. No one's ever been buddy with me. No Rooster Teeth employee has ever cared about me. Except for that one time that animator got really butthurt because I pointed out the thing that they said sounded like they were promoting the idea of baiting Bumblebee. And then they sent their 9,000 followers to attack me on Twitter. That was the only time I ever got any recognition from anyone from Rooster Teeth. So yeah, of course they're not going to listen to what I have to say. Because they don't like being told that they're wrong. They don't like acknowledging that their product isn't perfect. And that's the thing. It's like, of course there's going to be mistakes, but they got their heads so far up their own, like circle of, like, yes men. You can tell they're just surrounded by yes men because they just agree with everything that's going on, and that's why they can't take criticism. Super chat that I missed. Thank you. I think it's Hive Gaming Collective. I believe it's pronounced Hive. Yeah, Hive Gaming Collective. They extended the epilogue at the end of Volume 9 on the RT website. More characters and dialogue is given, along with a few questionable choices. Yes, I am aware. What do you think we're doing today? We're gonna be watching it. I got a comment on Twitter like 1 minute before stream started, and it was someone being like, Critter, have you seen the epilogue? What do you think of it? I'm curious. And I'm like, I've been saying over and over again that I'm watching it today. You can't be that curious if you don't know that I'm watching it today. Yeah, Twitter isn't that bad if you don't talk. I also got a comment from someone that they were telling me, like, because I was pointing out Eddie when when initially the epilogue was going to be behind a first paywall, and I used Eddie's tweet. I screenshotted it because I don't like quote tweeting the writers or anyone if it's like something negative. They get so much crap already. I don't want to like draw more attention to that. But I used a picture of Eddie's tweet to like talk about it, and someone was like, Eddie's blocking people. And I was like, yeah. Why wouldn't he? They get like I block people all the time. I don't think you should take it personally if someone blocks you. It could be for random reasons. It could just be that they think you're annoying. It could just be that they don't, like, they see a tweet of yours and they just don't want to have to deal with you eventually in the future. It could be that they see you say something that they don't agree with and they just want to preemptively block you. Like, I don't blame Eddie or Miles or Carrie or any of them for blocking people on Twitter, because why would you make your Twitter experience worse letting annoying people you don't like invade your space, you know? Oh, Sky Slasher, you was that? That was you? You had a different name. I didn't recognize you. I didn't want to be mean, because I was like, you know, my schedule's hard to find. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm gonna handle it today. I'm like, I'll use this as an opportunity to, like, advertise. But thank you for the super chat. You're very nice. It's nice seeing you here, too. And then thank you again, Ranger. Also does not help that their HR is ass. I don't even think... Wasn't it when Mika Burton... Didn't they explain? Or when all the stuff with Kaden was coming out? They explained that they don't really have HR. It's this, like... Here's an important thing to remember. HR isn't actually there to help you, the employee. HR is there to help the company. They want things to get smoothed over so the company looks good. They don't care what you look good if you have a good time. They just want to make sure that the company's reputation does not get damaged in any way. So a lot of HR, for a lot of different companies, actually is not very helpful, which sucks because it beats the purpose. Yeah, this scene, I like the idea of it. I wish it wasn't so obvious, because they're like, Yang, which one's your arm? Is it the thing that looks like your arm? And it's like, maybe if, like, others were also yellow. Maybe if there was more than just the 3 things up there, that could have helped. It was like so close. You were so close. You tried incorporating the X in the word Twitter. It sounded like Twixter, and I also tried to spell it different ways, like TX. Or how the heck is that pronounced? I don't even bother. I just call it Twitter. I don't call it X. I don't. Every time I see someone call it X, in parentheses, it's always formerly Twitter, because no one knows it as X. You know? I just call it Twitter. I don't bother. Also, I don't like Elon Musk, so I'm not gonna call his stupid website the thing he wants it to be called, because he's a loser. I do like the, whatever Jinxie wants. This episode already much funnier. This is a funnier episode in general throughout. It's not amazing. There is the part I was talking over it, but it was the part where that screenshot that everyone got super mad at me for because I said it doesn't look romantic, and it still doesn't. Just because everyone got mad at me, that doesn't change the fact that it doesn't look romantic. But it's the part where Blake starts laughing at Yang and starts making bad arm jokes. It's like, that's not funny. That's weird. That's not funny. A lot of this volume's weird. It's still hard to, like, conceptualize this volume, right? Also, how did Penny's sword stick around? Because Penny's dead. Wouldn't it go away? It's not like it, like, is it hard light? Is it crystal? Where's the other swords? She usually had many. Thank you again, Sky Slasher. My girlfriend and I got into a debate about this, but do you think Jinxie was being metaphorical or literal when he asked Ruby to fill that jar? Well, I don't know, because this place is weird, right? So, the thing is, fill the jar with hope. But how do you do that? You know, like, what would it look like? And I imagine she could, like, if she agreed to it, maybe some kind of representation of hope would have been inside the jar. Like, maybe, like, stars or something to be a representation of what her hope looks like. I think he's trying to be literal. It's just that he's working with, like, metaphysical concepts, right? And so it's, like, weird to, like, understand visually. Man, Blake's character really just goes down the drain with this volume. She's so, like, sad and twee. It's such a shame, because we just got Weiss acting, like, back to her normal self, where she's, like, sassy, she's haughty, she's got her personality back. But now it's time for Blake to get all the no characterization, where she's, like, constantly nervous and tittering and scared and hiding behind people, and it's weird. It's weird because it's like, I remember, I just go back to the Black trailer where she was, like, cool, confident. Remember her first introduction where she sees Weiss and she's like, I'm here, and I'm here to put you in your place. And it's like, that she was cool. That's the crazy thing. When looking at Volume 9. Volume 9 is very, very weird. The entire thing being in Wonderland is a weird idea, and I don't know why they wanted to do this. I don't know why they thought it was a good idea. It doesn't make sense to me that you would go so far out of your way to completely separate your cast from the story. But also, like, going back to Volume 1, those are the characters I liked. I liked those characters. And it's such a shame. It's such a shame that I liked them so much. I really liked RWBY. Volume 1, RWBY. The early ideas, RWBY. And as we moved on with more and more volumes, I just, like, if this was the story being advertised to me, I would not be nearly as interested. Thank you, George. Hi, George. Hi. Hey, Critter. I'm at work right now, so my participation may be sparse, but I'm wishing you and the gang the best as you tackle Volume 9. Thanks, man. Thanks, George. I'm doing it. I think the main thing is I'm worried I'm not gonna have anything to say. We've said so much over this journey, And I don't know if there's anything else I can talk about. Because also, like, a lot of this volume is like, but what does it even matter? You know, right? I could sit here and bitch and complain about the Red Prince or Jinxie or whatever, but what does it matter? They're not coming back. This is a weird spin-off, one-time only wacky Wonderland volume. So, like, I could complain, but it's like, it doesn't mean anything in the long run. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Thank you again, Ranger. They probably wanted to do a time skip. Yeah, like, I can understand wanting to do the time skip. The whole thing had to be in Wonderland. Also, you can just have a time skip happen. Like in One Piece, they get to their spot, and then they're like, okay, now we need to train. And then the next time we see them, they're older, and Zoro has a scar and is missing an eye suddenly. And it's like, okay, we've trained for like a year and a half or whatever. And it's like, yeah, you can just do a time skip. We didn't need an entire season of Wonderland filler to justify the time skip. It's the thing, again, they just don't understand the ideas of, like, the good part. It's like how they always skip the conflict part of the story. They also, like will bend over backwards to put on screen the parts no one wants to see. And not in, like, a cool, interesting way. Like Delicious in Dungeon. I love Delicious in Dungeon. I've been watching it. It's phenomenal. If you aren't watching Delicious in Dungeon, you should. The main theme song is so good. Thank you, Harpy. Nice. Harpies are cool. Thank you, Harpy. I appreciate you. But it's like, yeah, Delicious in Dungeon is like, there's a larger element to the story that we're slowly building up to. But it's basically like, hey, that part of the D&D adventure that we always skip over, that part where they're eating, like sitting down at their camp to eat for the night. What if we told the story about those parts? And that's neat. That's cool. I like that. It's a part of what makes the story interesting and stand out compared to other stories, you know? Other similar concepts. And RWBY's not doing that. RWBY's not doing like this is a unique twist on the concept of storytelling. It just seems like they don't actually, in their core, understand what's the fun part of stories. Oh, seeing our heroes come up with a cool, clever solution to a problem? That's not the interesting part. Seeing our characters talk about any of the things they experience, including the deaths of one of their closest friends, that's not the fun part. Oh, but you know what is? This giant Wonderland weird mid-episode adventure. It's so weird. Like, it just seems like they focus so much on hey, let's really put emphasis on the slow, droning introduction of this character for too long. That's the fun part. That's the part people just can't wait to see. Is everyone staying hydrated? Are you all drinking your water? Like, comment, subscribe. Hi, Curly! Hi, Curly Art! Hi! Don't mind being separated from the plot for the sake of development, but nothing that happens in the Ever After couldn't have been done in vacuo. Yes. 1,000,000% yes. Like, that's the thing. I like this volume a lot, because I really like the development we see, especially with RWBY. RWBY went from being one of the characters I kind of hated the most, to being one of my favorite characters, just because of her development with this volume, you know? But it's like, but why did it all have to be so separated from the plot? If we need to separate ourselves from the plot, that's fine, but why couldn't we also stay in our real world? You know, that's a whole story happening back there. It just doesn't make sense to me, especially because a lot of this is not coming back. We wasted a lot of time on things that won't be coming back. Whether it was like the modeling of the characters, the designing of the characters, the designing of this world, it's not coming back. Why couldn't we have spent this time and effort building resources that would be helpful for the future hypothetical vacuo volumes? Especially because they were so low on money, this basically needed to be the volume that helped promote the concept of the story. This was supposed to be, like, advertising for them, basically. It's the first one that's exclusively on Crunchyroll. They got special, like, budget just for that to be on Crunchyroll and everything. This was supposed to be the thing that convinced people to watch the show. And you would think hyping up the continuation with the Vacuo plot would be a part of that. But instead, they spend all their time on a subplot that doesn't really relate to the real plot of RWBY. And so it's like, I feel like we could have used this opportunity to, like, highlight the important parts of our story more. Thank you again, Harpy. Thank you. Ever After should have been a mix of Wonderland, Oz, and Neverland. Yes! Oh my god! Too much in my mind, I think, about stories where those three kingdoms intersect with each other. I really love Stranger in a Strange Land stories. That's what I call it. I don't know if there's a better name for it, but things like Alice in Wonderland, or The Wizard of Oz, or, like, Neverland with the Darling children. Kids, people who aren't, usually children, who aren't from this world, who gets dropped in this world. Usually I love stories like that. Conceptually, if there wasn't 10 years worth of plot we were building up to, I would have actually liked this volume of RWBY way more. Because I love stories like that, where people get dumped in weird lands that they need to figure out, with weird customs and stuff. And I love the idea of combining Neverland, Oz, and Wonderland together. That's one of my favorite things of all time. It's so cool. It would have made this also stand out a lot more, rather than being just Wonderland, you know? Because, like, it could have been anything, and having it multiple different fairy tales would have made sense, especially in RWBY, which is already made of multiple different fairy tales. I totally agree. Hi, Alvy, thank you! If we needed some filler, I'd like to see Raven and Ty try to patch up their relationship. Seeing Raven try to live a normal life sounds funny. It does. And I agree. Like, I don't like Raven, but I think seeing her try to, like, be normal with Ty again it has, like, tons of potential, both comedy-wise and, like, emotional romance stuff, maybe, or at least, like, the fallout of, like, we're not still in love, but I'm still your friend kind of thing. That endless potential, I totally agree. And hi, M3D, hi! You're thinking of isekai. Oh, man! Oh, you're right, it is isekai, isn't it? Aw, dang, I've never considered it like that. I like the idea of isekai. I think the thing is, with most isekai, they don't, like, they immediately get assimilated into the universe that they're thrown into. Like, oh, in this isekai, I woke up as a slime. I know there's one like that out there. But then they just immediately, like, suck up the power of a demigorgon or something, and then they're just doing, like, normal fantasy stuff. Like, their outside world experience doesn't really play into the concept of the story after the first couple of chapters. So. Isekai is so oversaturated. That's the other thing. There's so much of it. Like, it was really cool at first, and then they just kept doing it a little too much. And, yeah. That's the thing with anime. I don't watch a ton of anime. I don't usually keep up with it. I usually wait to see, like, what people say is good, and then I might check something out. The thing is, a lot of, like, isekai is, no. What was I even just saying right now? Yeah. Isekai's oversaturated. That's right, yeah. Anime, they'll just, like, one thing will pop off, and then everyone will try it. Everyone will go to great lengths to try to do it their own way as well. And I'm not always a fan. I feel like it like, makes the concept of whatever thing that initially popped off less interesting. Like, Chainsaw Man was really big, and now everyone's doing their version of, like, transformation monster battle stories and whatever, you know? That's a tale as old as time, and it's not even, like, limited to just anime and stuff. America does it too, you know? But, I think it's just more noticeable because there's a lot of anime being made often. Where with American things, it'll be like, hey, there's an awful lot of movies coming out about, like, bugs, because A Bug's Life was happening, and everyone knew Bug's Life was going to be happening, so everyone had to do their rendition of Bug's Life, right? Oh, there's a lot of superhero movies, because Marvel was popular, and then everyone else had to do their version of it, so they get popular too. Thank you again, Indigo Demipanther. An author/writer should be able to answer these questions. A. What is your character's journey? Yes. B. What is the plot/general story? Yes. C. Are they congruent with each other? I agree. I think one thing that I thought was completely invaluable, it was like one of the most important things I learned at university when I was taking my, like, story writing classes, was the importance of your log line. Do you know what a log line is? Hi, Overhypen. Today's been horrible for you so far. Well, I'm here to make it a good day for you. Haha, days saved. You're welcome. Do you all know what a log line is? Log, something that used to be a tree. Line. Log line. It's basically a 1 or 2 sentence summary of the concept of your story. That would be basically the way you pitch the idea of your story to someone else, you know? It's also sometimes called an elevator pitch, but elevator pitches tend to be a little bit longer. So, for example, let's pick a popular movie. Let's go with Beauty and the Beast. The log line we could say for Beauty and the Beast is a girl gets held prisoner by a monster and they end up falling in love. Like, just the most simplest, basic concept to summarize your plot. If you can't do that, your plot might have gotten away from you. And I think RWBY's a great example, actually. It's because I've tried to think of what RWBY's log line could be, and at best, I could summarize it as 4 girls try to save the world from an evil witch. But that doesn't really summarize the important part of the story, you know? That doesn't really tell us what it's a little too vague. If your logline feels too vague, you might want to work on, like, honing in on what the concept of your story and your character's role in it a lot more. Thank you, MG! Hi, MG! Hi, nice seeing you today. Volume 9 would have been the perfect place to put some focus on Silver Eyes if they were gonna separate from the plot. It would have made the volume feel worth it. You know what? Yeah, you're so right! Oh my god, because we get that whole, like, thing at the end with the Brother Gods' like, expansion on their story, where they're, like, baby farm animals and whatever. Rather than do that stupid stuff, to explain away, to excuse how the Ever After even exists, which is not an interesting thing to learn. I really don't care. This is a story that has, like, 2 completely different immortal beings who are immortal by completely different manners. Like, I can just accept that a fantasy world exists. That a Wonderland-like universe exists within this story. You know? So, rather than do all that, expand on the Silver Eye stuff. Like, whether, like, lore-wise or, like, function-wise, have RWBY, like, figure it out more. You know? Something. That could have been really cool. I agree. Totally agree with you. And thank you again, Indigo. I was in college for creative writing until COVID attacked. Dang. Damn. That hyper sucks. I'm sorry to hear. Damn. I took film classes. That was my thing. But a lot of film classes also involved taking a lot of writing classes. Which was cool. It also made me realize that I don't actually like film. Like, I like film. I don't want to make films, is the thing. That's what I learned. I wanted to be an editor, and now here I am. I'm my own editor. I've succeeded. I've won. The only thing that the university taught me that was actually really worthwhile in the realm of filmmaking was how Premiere worked. Because I knew how to use, like, other softwares, but Premiere, like, learning how to find the effects page in Premiere helped a lot. This song, dope. Really good. I've mentioned it yesterday too, but all of the songs on the soundtrack is the best. This might be the best RWBY soundtrack. Someone asked me, and I said I couldn't pick between volumes 3. Volume 2 also has a good soundtrack. Volumes 1, 2, 3, and 9 are, like, the best ones. I think I like the most songs from 9, but my favorite song comes from 3. So it's hard to pick which one's actually my favorite. Was I in the middle of saying something? No. No, you're right. I was just answering super chats. I finished what I had to say about log lines and everything. Jeff, in case you don't miss, Jeff occasionally misses, I will say. This is Okay Goodnight. Okay Goodnight did this one. I think they bring such a different style to it, too. You know? Like you can hear the difference. And it's a little jarring if you don't know what what you're looking for. You just be like, this doesn't sound like the usual RWBY style, but I like it because it's a lot more variety, where RWBY's usual style kind of sounds samey with each other. Jeff has, like, a couple of key riffs and styles and instruments he usually falls back on, where Okay Goodnight has a bit more pizzazz. They do things a little bit different, you know? Thank you again, Vivivoxy. Here's a RWBY AU idea. Nice. Salem is the Empress of Remnant, and every 100 years, Ozma reincarnates to try and topple her and her empire. See, that would make a lot of sense. That's a great idea, you know? Because it's like, why hasn't Salem, like, just beaten everyone already? Why hasn't Ozpin beaten her yet? It's just, like, a weird stalemate that I'm like, I don't know why it's taken this long for the story to pop off in this way. And I think it's just because Salem seems so overpowered, you know? Like, it's just like, why didn't you start doing things sooner? So, cool idea. I like it a lot. Cool stuff. I also like the idea of, like, if Ozma fails, you gotta wait another 100 years for him to try again. So that explains, like, how so much time has passed, you know? Oh, hi, Juan! Hi, Juan! Thank you! Have you played Grim Eclipse? I thought it was fun. Which one's Grim Eclipse? No, I didn't. I bought Arrowfell. I haven't played it yet either. I didn't buy Grim Eclipse because it does not look fun to me. That's a kind of gameplay style that I don't super love. Like, it's fine. I like Hyrule Warriors-esque kind of thing. Not my thing. I wasn't super into it. Also, I know what happens in the story, so even that couldn't, like, compel me to play it. Yeah, I have Arrowfell. I just haven't played it yet. I was planning on making a review for it, and then I got very busy with other things. Both seem like mid-games. The thing for me, okay, hold on. The background track for this chase sequence, so good. The background music's also great. Like, the soundtrack's good. Like, Okay Goodnight's songs are great, but also the background music is amazing. And that's also what pisses me off with episode 1 having no background track, is that when it is there, it's great. And I don't know why they don't have it more. What was I saying about them both looking mid? Oh yeah, like, for me it's the art direction. Like, the models in Grim Eclipse are really ugly. And for Arrowfell, the, like, art on the box, it just, they never look like the actual animation. I feel like that's weird. Like, not unsurprising, like, I get it. But I wonder if that, like, disappoints people sometimes. Hi, Nep! Hi! Greetings, Bitter. Thoughts on Epilogue? Haven't seen it yet. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it at the end of this. If it's like the original version of the Epilogue, I'm worried I won't like it. But we'll see. We're gonna get to it. We're on episode 3. We're at the end of episode 3, so we're already quickly barreling towards the end, like the halfway point of volume 9. So it won't take us too long to get there. I feel like talking about the epilogue, it's gonna be a lot. I think I'll end up pausing a lot to get my thoughts out, you know? I might even remove our little, like, block screen, so, because I'm planning on pausing a lot more. Is the epilogue fully animated? No. It's not. I really hoped it would be, or at least, like, partially animated. No. It's an animatic, from what I can tell, just like last time. Wouldn't it be more surprising if you did like the new RWBY content? Haha. You're not wrong. I mean, I like RWBY. I think it's just because, man, Volume 8 ended on such a weird spot, and it's the RWBY's message thing that really annoyed me last time. Then, like, missing everything. All the interesting parts I was looking forward to got solved off screen, and that's what really made me super salty. Thank you, George! George again! Hi! George, I've thought about directly including the brothers in my fanfic, but their involvement would only be the precursor to another larger threat. I'm hesitant because it would make the threat too cosmically large for my liking. Yeah, it's hard doing stories about, like, gods and stuff, right? Because how do you beat a god? And if a god is trying to accomplish something, like, they should be so overpowered, right? Like, it shouldn't be difficult for a god to accomplish anything, really. So, unless you have some, like, real crazy in-universe explanations as to why. So, good luck. I believe in you. And thank you again, Ranger. When I first saw Arrowfell, I thought it was going to be a mobile game. It looks kind of mobile gamey, doesn't it? RWBY had a mobile game. RWBY had a couple of different mobile games. And none of them really popped off. I tried. I really did. I played Amity Arena, and I did my best. And Twins Inc. actually has a really great review of Amity Arena. It's dead now, so it doesn't matter anyway, but her review was really good at, like, fully summarizing everything that was not good about it. Like, the whole gacha system was fine. They never included Oscar. They had 1 million characters. 1 billion stupid characters. They had 2 members from Team Bronze. Bronze. Not even fan favorite characters. The losers no one liked. Team Bronze. 2 of them were in Amity Arena. But not Oscar? Not main character Oscar? And it always annoys me, because if I try to do something that involves, like stock image art, I try to get something that everyone has in common. And usually I'm like, oh, everyone has an Amity Arena sprite of some sort, you know? And then I get mad because Oscar doesn't, so he always looks different. Oh, hello, this is my most hated season. Hope you have a better time getting through this cringe better than I did. I hope so. It's not my most hated. Volume 8 got me pretty riled up at the end there. Yeah, bronze kneecap. I don't hate this volume. It's hard, though, because there's a lot of things I don't like. We're out of the woods soon. After this episode, it gets a lot better. I don't like this episode. I don't like a lot of it. I think we spend too much time babbling away with the cat. That's the thing with a lot of this volume is, yeah, the characters are finally talking to each other. Finally. That is nice. Because we, like, never get to see them just engaging and hanging out. But I think a big problem is, like, the conversations get dragged out too long, and it's a lot of, like, Wonderlandians refusing to get to the point, which is something I find so bothersome with Wonderland interpretations. I watched Alice in Wonderland recently. I watched it very recently. I also read the book back in, like, high school. So, Wonderland doesn't do this. This, like, talk and riddles type deal. Every single thing is nonsensical. It doesn't actually do that. That's the thing. People tend to, like, misunderstand the point of Wonderland. And I see a lot of comments, specifically on I have a short that's talking about, like, the Wonderland outfits from Ever After High. That short is my most popular short, and I have no idea why. I don't know how it popped off. Everyone's seen it. But I get a lot of comments on that because a lot of people disagree with me because they're like, Wonderland's supposed to be weird. Wonderland's not supposed to make sense. And that's not what Wonderland is. Wonderland isn't that it doesn't make sense. It's that it's a play on words. That's what Wonderland is. Wonderland is witty and different, but it's not that it doesn't make sense, you know? Like, let's focus on, like, the Queen of Hearts. She plays croquet, but she doesn't use a croquet mallet, she uses a flamingo. It's not that that doesn't make sense, it's that croquet mallets kind of look like flamingos. That makes sense. It's a play on concepts. It's not an actual croquet ball, it's a hedgehog. Why? Because hedgehogs look like little balls. It's not that it doesn't make sense, it's just a play on a visual idea. And that's what a lot of Wonderland is. It's a different perspective of something. It's not that it is nonsensical. And when people tend to do their own renditions of Wonderland, including Ever After High and including RWBY here, they tend to miss the point and think Wonderland is nonsense, Wonderland is crazy, and that's not what it actually is. And that annoys me, because I like Wonderland. I like the idea of it. And no one does it right. Hedgehogs look like little balls. Okay, Critter. Okay, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I can't say they look like croquet balls, because they don't. They just look like little orbs, like a croquet ball kind of is like. You know what I'm talking about. Oh yes, the it's not supposed to make sense shield that kills any and all conversation and creativity. Yeah, you're so, okay, oh my god, Dragon Ball Z, you're so right, because it's such a shield, because like when I sit there and go, I don't like the Ever After High characters' outfits for Wonderland, it's just, well, there's not supposed to make sense. Okay, that doesn't change my critique though. Things don't have to make sense, but it can still look good. Thank you again, Curly. Hi, Curly. I wish they would have had the cat subtly manipulate and distance RWBY from the others instead of just suddenly being evil later. That would have kept the other three from seeming like assholes. Yes. Oh my god, yes. You're 100%. Like, because this is what I was saying. I was alluding to it yesterday, but it feels like they didn't actually plan for the cat to be a bad guy. Because a lot of this episode goes against the idea of that concept. He was running away from them. He's not interested. Oh, I'm so sorry. They're not running away from them. They're not interested in what they're talking about. They have to, convince the cat to stick along with them. You know, and if the cat actually was evil and wanted to take over RWBY's body, they wouldn't need to be convinced to stick around, right? And so, especially if we wanted to, hammer home, because we're not supposed to suspect anything's wrong with the cat, you know? It's just, but if we did have something like that, because there are moments where RWBY's kind of by herself, there's moments where it's specifically, it's going to be in the next episode, everyone else goes with the cat to go looking for ingredients for their parfait, and RWBY and Little stumble upon the blacksmith. If instead it was RWBY, Little, and the cat started saying things to her, now that they're alone, to, really, drive a wedge between her and the other three, that would have been kind of cool. The idea of I think they really missed opportunities of playing around with the cat's later devious personality, especially in this episode. A lot of the cat's actions in this specific episode don't feel like they were written with the evil twist in mind, which makes me think it was not they didn't go back to redraft the episode, you know? It was not a first draft necessarily, but you know, they came up with their story, and then in hindsight, some things didn't make sense anymore, because they hadn't come up with it yet, but they didn't bother going back and changing it. Thank you again, Juan. Have you played American McGee's Alice? American McGee's Alice? I don't understand the words you've just said. I feel like I just read it. Hold on. I'm gonna Google it. American McGee's Alice. Oh, this one! I know what this is! I haven't. I wanted to. I really did want to. I never found it, you know? That was the problem. A lot of them my local game shop didn't have things like this. No, I have not. But I did want to. If I read the first manga of Alice in Murderland, which I think is similar. I was disappointed with Alice in Murderland, I'll be honest. There was too much, Alice being in love with her adopted brother for my taste, so I didn't read any of the rest of it. And then thank you, Indigo. Controversial opinion, Yang should have died with Penny, and Weiss's Ice Queendom design should be her volume 7 through 9 design. I don't know about Yang dying with Penny. Because she's like, I mean, I don't like Yang, but there's no one to replace her to be the Y in RWBY. Maybe if she got, like, something happened with her, you know, not necessarily, like, losing another limb, but, you know, some kind of, like, really big, monumental event to happen to her. Maybe, like, almost dying. It's more than just falling off of the edge of the world or whatever. About Ice Queendom's, her design, yeah, I do love that design. The Ice Queendom outfits are so good. I'll get to talking about them eventually. They are all good in different ways. They seem like better designs for the characters than most of the actual designs from the official show for the characters. Yeah, you think Yang should have died in Volume 3? Interesting. I've never thought about any of the actual main girls dying. I remember when Weiss got impaled in Volume 5. Some people were like, she could die, and then Winter will be the W in RWBY. And I was like, I just don't think that makes sense. Like, the show's called RWBY. I don't think any of them will die until the very, very end, if they will. But I do wish more characters, like, kind of like how Nora just got her big ol' scars in the last volume, with her charging up electric boost moment. I wish more of them had, like, monumental moments like that. Like Yang losing her arm, you know? A lot of them, like, float by with minimal consequences. Is that the word I'm looking for? It doesn't really sound like they have to worry much. 66 minutes in, and this video has 6 likes. Is it a sign? Nice. 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 666, yeah! Every time you see Ice Queendom Weiss, you think of Esdeath. It is real Esdeathy, and I had to look up Esdeath because everyone kept saying that, and I didn't know what Esdeath was or who that character was, so I had to look her up. And yeah, you are correct. God, okay. Oh, of all the characters this volume does that are just, you know, one-to-one rip-offs of their Wonderland counterpart, I think the Herbalist is the most disappointing to me. It's just so lazy. Like, at least the Red Prince was, like, different, like, the little boy throwing a tantrum, similar vibe, like, yeah, the Queen of Hearts throws her tantrums, but she's, like, a big, tall, scary lady, and he's this tiny little boy, so that's kind of interesting. I like the spin on chess versus croquet, a bit underutilized in the long run, but it's a neat idea. The cat, like, the curiosity thing, cursed with curiosity is kind of cool. You know, there's lots of, even the more lame ones does have something going on. But the Herbalist is just the caterpillar. It's so boring. It's so lame. It's so one-to-one. There's not anything creative going on. And it's a real shame. Like, not even color palette-wise. Like, he's just blue. Just like the caterpillar. Also, I hate Team RWBY's, like, reactions in this scene. Like they keep, he keeps asking them, like, I'm trying to help you. What are you? What are huntresses? And they're so immediately like, I don't care. What does this matter? I don't understand your questions. Why should I even bother answering? And it's like when, like, an old person is on the phone and they're trying to get system rebooted, and so they call tech support, and the tech support guy is like, cool, I just need your, like, last name. I was like, I don't want to tell you that. What? Well, I can't look up your information without your last name or your, like, PIN number. And they're like, I don't want to tell you my personal information. That's the vibe I get from Team RWBY in this scene. It's like, I don't like these questions. Why are you asking me? And it's like, you came to him for help. You didn't have to enter this home. He's trying to help you. Why are you all so mad about it? This episode was written by Eddie Rivas. I remember that. Because I wished he and Miles had swapped this episode and the episode where they make out 2 episodes from now. Episode 6. Because Miles writes, no. Yes? Yes. No. Wait, which one wrote this one? Miles wrote this one. And Eddie wrote episode 6. Dang it, now I don't remember. I'll look it up because it's gonna bother me if I don't remember. Jeez. Phone, work with me. Alright, RWBY, volume 9, episode 4. No, not that one. Wiki. Did I watch Leon Critique's theory regarding the Ever After's original inspiration? I have not. Tweet at me and I'll check it out. Or yell at me on Twitter and remind me so I can go check it out. What episode is this? 4? Who wrote you? Miles. Miles wrote this one. Miles wrote this episode. Eddie wrote the other one. That's what it was. This... I don't even remember what I was gonna say about the writers now. Damn it. I spent all that time figuring out who the writer is, and I confused myself, and I don't even remember what point I was trying to make. Oh, God. What was I saying? RWBY being mad? What was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? Damn it. I'll just read out your super chats. Thank you, J-Rock? I don't know if it's pronounced Drock or J-Rock, but I am assuming it's J-Rock. I wish Lewis was the Jabberwocker and was actually betrayed by Alex. As a person who didn't want to ascend, he could be a creature that stops people from ascending. That actually is very cool and creative. And I really like that idea. You don't have Twitter? I'll remember. Just like leave it in the comments and I'll remember. I'll get to it. Thank you again, J-Rock. At the same time, the amount of overlapping imagery in the intro between Neo and Alex could have led to her being Alex, and she became Neo after the tea from the herbalist. That could have also been cool. There is a lot of, like, Alex is Neo imagery in the opening, isn't there? That seems like a missed opportunity. Like, she could have played around with that concept more. Maybe, like... maybe it was, like, a remnant of an idea from, like, a first draft concept for the story. Or maybe they just didn't know what to... Maybe it was a red herring? But yeah, that is weird. I never noticed. Thank you again, Indigo. Okay, maybe not die, but I think it would have hit RWBY more if Yang got hurt because of RWBY's plan. Yes, I agree. Especially because, like, have their actions have consequences. Whether the consequences are good or bad, have the things they do matter to them. Have them, like, care about the things they do in the long run, right? Like, they should care that all of Mantle is destroyed, but they don't even mention it. Like, Weiss mentions it briefly, but that's it. It's like, come on, you've destroyed an entire kingdom. Should you not, like, talk about that? Do you not care? It just seems like they don't care about their own actions. And it makes them seem like... not... I don't want to say uncaring, because that's kind of obvious, but you know what I mean. Thank you, also Ranger again. I hate the girls' other selves to an unreasonable degree, especially Weiss and Blake. I do too. I've seen people give the argument of they're not supposed to have good arguments because they're kind of quote-unquote bad guys in the scenario. I think it's just painfully lazy and simplistic, you know? It's especially, like, the dumbness of, do you want to be just a cat? do you want to be a normal cat? That's really dumb. There's a million things we could have played with in this scene. And the your family name. It's just like, that's not a thing. No, it's like, it just screams of being stuck in the past, also. Like, not the characters, the writers. We're bringing back the Weiss Schnee family name. That was a plot point from Volume 2. No one cares. It doesn't matter anymore. Oh, do you want to be a cat? The White Fang are gone. What? It's so dumb. It just, very uncreative, very stuck in the past, just repeating the same plot points over and over again. Thank you again, Lashizal. I'm trying my best. If I keep saying it differently, eventually I'll say it right one time, right? Smoke Blake, hey girl, wouldn't it be simpler if we were just a cat? The fans wouldn't complain about us not being apart from the plot. You're right. It's just so goofy. It's just, I don't know how they wrote that and didn't sit there and think, that's silly. I don't know how they listened to Aaron, like, record those lines and think, maybe this is too goofy. And then thank you, Redcarp98. This scene is just a ripoff of Reboot. I haven't seen Reboot, but I believe you. I've seen several people say things like that before, so you must be right. If multiple people are saying it, it must be accurate. And then thank you, Sky Slasher. Who wouldn't want to be a cat? Yeah, just laying around in the sun sleeping all day. It does sound like a nice life, honestly. I've definitely wanted to do that. Yeah, everybody wants to be a cat. Nice, Pretty Weird Duck. Nice. I remember what I was gonna say about Miles being the writer for that episode. I remembered. It's just, Miles doesn't understand conversation flow. And that's really obvious when you pay attention to any of his writing with his dialogue. And it's true, like, in the beginning of the episode, where they're following the cat around, and they're talking, but they're kind of just babbling about nonsense. They're just repeating exposition about things, right? Like, the cat, we avoid actually addressing any important topics, like, the cat brings up Salem, but then they immediately abandon the idea. And it's the same thing with them getting mad at the, herbalist, because he's asking them basic questions. Like, Miles just doesn't get the flow of conversation with his writing, I've noticed. It'll be like, characters will just kind of say things regardless of what the other character says. Like, how a conversation should go. Character A, I like apples. Character B, oh, I don't like apples much, but I like apple pie. Character A, I like apple pie because I also like apples. How Miles would go about that conversation, right? I like apples. Character B, I like apple pie. Like, there was no, like, response, like, they didn't understand the topic to bring it to their preference. They just say their preference. And you as the writer has to do, like, you as the audience has to, like, make the leaps for him to figure out how we got to point A and point B. And that's a simple example. Lots of times they'll just say things that's just, like, completely incomprehensible to each other. Like, someone will be like, I want to help you. And then another character will be like, I'm upset. Can't this be happening faster? And it's like, they just said they want to help you. And they don't seem to understand the flow of conversation to lead to those concepts. They just have, it just makes it feel like every character is kind of just saying monologues at each other. Which makes me think Miles doesn't pay attention to character dialogue when he watches shows. I think he gets bored when characters are talking and only remembers the important parts, and so he tries to cut out the quote-unquote filler of a conversation to just have it be the important parts, but it makes it seem like the characters aren't really engaging with a conversation with each other. They're just saying things they want to say to get to point A to point B. And usually the important part of point B is some exposition-related thing. And that's why a lot of Miles's dialogue just feels like like sitting in a history class, just characters churning out exposition, because we're cutting out the character moments between all the exposition to just have characters basically say key vocab terms at each other, right? Thank you again, Indigo Demi Panther. A question I really, really want to ask the writers. What was the thought process of having them fall in the first place? Why didn't they have Team RWBY deal with the consequences in Vacuo? Yeah. I don't know why. It is something I have tried to wrap my mind around ever since I first saw Volume 9, a year ago now. Over a year ago. Like, why? Why was that the thing you wanted to do in your story? You had the characters do there was a chain of events that they made decisions to do, and then you cut them out of having to deal with the consequences of what they've done. Like, they did everything they could to get everyone out of Vacuo and Mantle, and, out of Atlas and Mantle and into Vacuo. Whether it's perceived as a success or a failure, why did we think cutting the whole main cast away from that story was a good idea? It really just does not make sense to me. That's why people call this volume filler. Even though we don't really know if it is filler or not yet, it just is so disconnected from the story. It feels like they've completely jumped the shark, you know? It's weird. And thank you again, MG. Hear me out. Ever After was the actual utopia the Brother Gods destroyed so they could claim Remnant for themselves as false gods, killing the real god, the first Silver-Eyed Warrior, along with it. A very cool concept. I just love it when gods fight each other. That's a cool idea, and so I'm on board. Like, a silver-eyed god is a cool concept. I also really like it when there's just, like, more gods in stories. The fact that there's only 2 brother gods in this world is so boring to me. That's so boring. I like big old cast lists of various gods in charge of various random things. I think that's a lot of fun. Is everyone staying hydrated? We're at the halfway point of the volume. For me, not only, like we were saying just now before, about why they wanted RWBY so separated from the main plot of the story, in such a weird, disconnected place. Even if we boil it down, the important bits of this volume, it's just very, very weird. I can't think of a single other story where 10 years in, the main cast is completely disconnected from reality of their main plot to this degree. I can't understand. But on top of that, and we had to make it Jean too. It has to also be Jean. Special. They could have made anyone fall. It could have been all of Team Juniper. It could have been Emerald. It could have been Winter. It could have been Cinder. Anybody. Anybody could have fallen. They're the writers. They can write anything. Anything they want. They could have done literally anything, but they chose only Team RWBY and Special Snowflake Jean. And I don't get it. Like, why not any other characters? Why just Jean? I really like the blacksmith. I love her design, first of all. The chains as, and wires as the quote-unquote hair, so cool. I don't know what she's based off of. Like, what fairy tale is she? You know? Why couldn't it have been Tyrion? Yeah, Cinder would have been perfect. Oh, great time for a Tide ad, guys. Right as we're getting introduced to the blacksmith? Cool. Miles isn't beating the self-insert allegations. I tried. I really went to bat for him, because I didn't, it. A lot of people were being really mean about it, and they kept insisting, no, he doesn't even write Jean scenes anymore, so people won't think he's being a self-insert about it. And they kept saying that, but then he fell, and he was the only Special Snowflake to fall, along with Team RWBY. And from that point, I'm like, he might not be a self-insert, but he definitely has a lot of favoritism stacked on top of this character. It's, ugh. And it's not even if it was all of Juniper, that'd be something, because they're all supposedly main characters, but no, it's just Jean. Special little Jean. As Ren, Nora, and Oscar, and now Emerald too, fade into obscurity in the background as our special snowflake, our little blonde princess, make sure he's always center stage with his big emotional outbursts, because he's gotta be the special one in the story. Just because you don't write his scenes, that doesn't change the fact he gets priority. Exactly! They prioritize him so much. He gets all the big moments. He gets to have his big emotional outbursts. It's just so dumb. It's so dumb. Ugh. But yeah, I really like the blacksmith. Great design. Really cool idea. The voice actress crushes it. Just completely 10 out of 10 performance. And the dialogue, Kiersey writes every episode with the blacksmith in it. Kiersey is at least one of the writers who writes the episodes that has the blacksmith, which makes me think Kiersey has the best grasp of dialogue, because the blacksmith's dialogue is perfect. And that's not surprising, because Kiersey also writes, like, novels, and dialogue is, like, the big part of a novel. It's all dialogue. So, yeah, unsurprisingly, she's amazing at writing character dialogue, which is such a nice change of pace from that garbage from last episode with Miles' writing. I don't like being mean, but also, consistently, all of the bad parts are Miles and Carrie, and all of the good parts are the people who aren't Miles and Carrie. Like, I can have preferences. I can say I don't think they're very good writers. I'm sorry. It just happens. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. I just don't like the way you write. Thank you again, Indigo Panther. You're being so nice today. You're being so nice. I appreciate you. If they were in Vacuo, seeing Team RWBY being called out for causing all their problems and wondering what happened to Ironwood, RWBY's reactions and seeing her stress would have been more enjoyable and got me to care more. Yeah, yes. Because, like, that could have been an easy way to, like, lean into her depression arc that we're doing here. Is, like, if there was a negative fallout to everything they've done. And I think that's the thing, is that if, like, a lot of the things they've done don't seem like good things, but they don't get any consequences for it. That's, like, the whole point of my Heroes video, the RWBY Villains, the Heroes video, is that they never seem to suffer any consequences for their actions. And it's not that because I think they're actually bad people. I think it makes them more interesting people if they did have to deal with that. If they did have to deal with something, whether they earned it or not, whether they're bad guys or not, if Team RWBY had to ever struggle with something, you know? Because that's the thing, everything seems to just come to them easily, and then they sit there and whine and complain when it's not even easier. And so that's the problem, I feel like, is they could be getting so much more interesting development if they had to struggle, and if people didn't all just fawn over them and give them everything they wanted right away. And we could have really hammered that home with how they handled Vacuo, but they didn't. I was talking too much, and I missed my favorite character, Teapot Lady. I love the Teapot Lady. I think she's great. She's really cute. I think it's funny that she just has great big old anime eyes inside the teapot. I think that's funny. Thank you, Dragon Ball Z. You would... Yeah, damn it. I knew I was gonna say it wrong and I tried so hard. Are you a Joss Whedon fan? I went from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, where dialogue is amazing, to RWBY, where dialogue is embarrassing. The difference is staggering. I never watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I don't like his recent works, is the biggest thing. It might have been different back when Buffy was happening. I don't have enough. I don't agree with his current stuff, but I've heard Buffy is very good. I've seen several videos talking about how good it is, but I haven't watched it for myself, so I cannot agree 100% because I don't have enough experience. But I agree with you. A lot of RWBY's writing is pretty amateurish, just in general, and it's crazy that they never got better. Like Miles and Carrie just don't get conversations in shows, which is weird. Yeah, I know. Me calling him Joss Whedon. Oh, Oh, hold on. Before I get to these next super chats, it's the best song. It's the best song. This is my favorite song from the soundtrack. Chatterbox, I love it. It's the best. I love it. It's so good. The guitar solo? Oh my god. I listen to it all the time. I love it. It's the best. Anyway, on to the next one. Redcarp98 again. Thank you again. Weiss should have got together with Torchwick's ghost in Volume 9. Y'all know I'm right. She really should have. He was right there. He was there with Neo's illusions. Finally, the ship we've all been waiting for. Oh, and thank you, Godzilla Slayer, as well. Coming in to say one thing, then dip. If I was ever a runner for an animated show, and Carrie came up to me and wanted to write for it, I would kick him out. I do not trust that man. I wouldn't blame you. It's not that I don't trust him, I just don't think he's good at writing, at all. And we've hammered it home. The one episode he wrote was the worst one. Episode 1. It's a horrible episode to sit through. The dialogue's trash and the comedy's garbage, and it's a boring episode that wastes its concepts on instead weirdly retconning things. So yeah, I would not hire Carrie, personally, Fun fact, Twins is streaming right now. Twins is streaming. If you're bored of me and you want to go see Twins stream, do it. I'm gonna be watching the VOD later because she's finally playing Resident Evil 4 Remake. I'm excited. I really like Resident Evil 4 Remake. If you go, don't spoil anything for her. She hasn't played it yet. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure she's going in spoiler-free. Don't spoil anything. But if you want to check it out, do. I'm gonna watch it later. I can't wait. I'm so excited. Yeah, another thing. I hate that John's sword never got fixed. That was a whole thing. And I had a whole plot point in my version, and I was very happy with myself with how I handled it, because I thought it was cool, because it turned into the Vorpal sword. Because that's a thing in the poem with the Jabberwocky, is the Vorpal sword, and I thought that was a clever way to do that with Jean's broken sword, and I wanted them to do that, but they didn't. And I'm salty that he just kept his stupid, dumb, broken sword inside of Wonderland the whole time. So... salt. Lots of nitpick and salt. Thank you again, Indigo Panther. Fall of Beacon really should have changed RWBY a lot. And it kind of did. Do you mean the show or the characters? The show, it did. The characters, it really didn't feel like it had very long-lasting effects. Except for, Yang. Yang changed a lot, but the rest of them, no, not really. You think it would have been more on the characters themselves. For the show, yeah, they went to I guess they tried going in a serious direction, but they also continually insisted on trying to do, goofy, dumb comedy moments. And it's just... Their tone shifts weren't bad when the majority of the show was trying to be light and comedic, but... now that they're trying to juggle light comedy and also I hit play, it's just background noises and darkness. Now that they're trying to juggle really serious dramatic scenes and also the lighthearted comedy moments, their tone shifts are much more noticeably bad. And then thank you, Renegade. Cool, Renegade 102. Thank you. That's why I really liked Cal's recent video. Team RWBY are on the run being hunted by the world, and they have to make dubious choices, leading them to question whether they're the good guys. Yes! Oh my god! Are you talking about Cal's, AU rewrite idea, where, Salem is the one who owns Beacon and whatever? It's so good! I keep thinking about it! It's such a good idea! It's such a good idea, and I liked it so much. I hope she continues to go with it. Because she was like, do you want me to make episodes for this? And do, a whole, episodic breakdown of how this would go? And I really hope Cal does, because I liked it so much. Oh my god. Good ideas. I loved it. Yeah, you did miss the worst episode. We're now, squarely in good episode territory, so that's great. Except for the second to last episode, which is kind of just a big ol' nothing burger of an episode. Ah, poor Jean. So I sit here and I talk shit about how much Jean is the special snowflake and how that pisses me off, but golly dang, this was heartbreaking. Poor Jean didn't deserve this. That's another thing. He just went through all this trauma. Why did you do this? Why you continually try to hurt this boy? He doesn't deserve this. He deserved nice things. That's not fair. The truth come out. I do like Jean as a character. That's the problem. Is that they always do the worst things with him as a character, and it pisses me off that he can be very good and cool. Volume 1 Jean, before the Jean arc, he's a delight. When Jean's not the focus, he's great. He's a funny character who's a nice guy, and he's great. But the moment it's about him, the moment he takes center stage, and he does it so often, immediately goes downhill. How do you join the Discord? You gotta be a $2 member or more on my Patreon. And then it'll automatically send an invite to you. I'm pretty sure it's all automatic. I don't know how Discord works. Yeah, you gotta be a $2 member on Patreon or more. So that's how you do it. And I have a Discord. Everybody, like, comment, and subscribe. Is this how you shill? Am I doing it? Am I shilling good? Thank you again, Indigo Panther. These characters, plus I forgot that RWBY is the youngest of them. Why make her carry all of her team's burdens? Yeah, it's easy to forget that she's like 2 years younger than them all. It also doesn't help that they're kind of like ageless feeling. Like, how old does Yang look? 20? 16? Could be either. Styles of like ages, especially in anime, can be really like hard to pinpoint down. Like, I've been trying to watch Demon Slayer. I could not tell you how old Tanjiro is. I have no earthly idea. I thought he was in like his mid-20s, but now I think he's like 17. That's just kind of like the territory with anime styles. People aren't really like easy to spot age-wise unless they obviously have like big wrinkled bags under their eyes and stuff like that. So it's easy to forget that RWBY is 2 years younger than the others, and it also doesn't help that they all look kind of nebulously ageless because of their anime style. But yeah, it's also like they haven't brought up RWBY's age since Volume 1. Since, like, Episode 2, Volume 1. You know? The last time we brought up RWBY being younger than the others was when Weiss said, "Congratulations on being the first child to sneak your way into Beacon." Since that point, not a single person in any part of the show or any of the spin-off material has mentioned RWBY's age at all. You know? So it's so easy to forget that she's like only 17 here. RWBY is as old here as the rest of the characters were in the beginning of Volume 1. You know? Think about Volume 1 Yang being in this scenario. That's the age we're looking at. You know? You ever see Akira draw a 12-year-old? Like Akira Toriyama? Yeah. Like Goku being like a tiny little bean for like the majority of his life, and then suddenly he turns like 18 and now he's like 8 feet tall. The dude with the glasses from My Hero Academia? I haven't watched My Hero Academia. Does he have like running abilities? Is he the dude with the like rockets in his legs? If not, I'm not gonna know who you're talking about, because I haven't seen it. You want to know the dumbest thing? You want this, like, hyper-stupid moment from me? I was intrigued by My Hero Academia, and I sat there and went, oh, I know, I'll wait for it to be over, and then I'll just binge the whole thing in one sitting. And I'm still waiting. Thank you again, Ranger. Trying to watch both you and Twins is really jarring because of your voices. I can tell the difference between our voices, but yes, we do sound pretty similar. I will admit. I know the differences because it's like I've spent the entirety of my life listening to us, so I know what to listen for. But yes, like, I will admit, we do sound similar. The biggest thing is our laughs. We laugh different. I laugh up, she laughs down, if that makes sense. Thank you again, Red Carp. Last super before I bounce, I gotta do life stuff. Thanks, Red Carp. Have fun with that life stuff. Bounce all over it and handle that life stuff, and I hope you have a good fun time. Stay safe. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, My Hero Academia ain't gonna be over. It's designed to be a long shonen. I realized that after like 4 years, and I was like, oh no. Now it's too late to get, like, invested in it, because there's too much. Too much has happened. Personally, you wouldn't recommend My Hero? It's just because I like superpowers. I like superheroes. I think superpowers are fun and cool. So I was into it. Like, Sky High, oh my god. Sky High is one of my favorite movies ever. Maybe it's my favorite superhero movie ever. You know what, I'm gonna say yes. I've been thinking about my favorite movies ever recently, and I have several answers. Lion King is my favorite Western animated movie. Spirited Away is my favorite Eastern animated movie. Lord of the Rings is my favorite movie trilogy/series. Sky High is my favorite superhero movie. Top Gun Maverick is my favorite adult live-action movie. And, Labyrinth is my favorite, E for Everyone live-action movie. Those are my favorite movies. Hooray! My Hero Academia isn't bad. It's just not all that great. Nothing that long can be all that great. Are you a sidekick or a superhero? I'm a sidekick, personally. I'm not running into battle. I like being told what to do, is the thing. I like it when people gives me directions, and I can just follow my directions. Yeah, we're at the Bumblebee scene. It's happening. I don't think it's that bad. Like, there's problems. You know what? Maybe, do I think it's that bad? Thanks, Krito Skywalker. Thank you. Murder of Birds. All romances are earned. Yeah, that was such a dumb tweet. Like, I usually don't mind Murder of Birds. Like, I know we disagree on lots of things, but that tweet was really stupid. It's like, yeah, romances are usually earned. That's why Bumblebee doesn't feel very good, because they didn't earn it. Thank you, Ranger. I like that in order to get Yang and Blake together, they had to choose between death or confess. It is silly. So, I like that they're together. I think a lot of it, style-wise, looks cute. And it's a very cute scene. Like, I like the flowers and whatever. I like the sunset. The song is good, I will admit. I'm not usually into the slower songs. That one's a good one. But everything around it, like, the dialogue is fine. Not great. Blake's dialogue is really good. Yang's is garbage. For some reason, Yang's character just gets thrown down the drain with this volume. But Blake and Yang, like, they reach, like, peak ruined in this volume. Blake becomes this, like, coward baby who cowers behind everybody and worries and is, like, this nervous wreck. And it's just such a far cry from the cool, badass hero, assassin, ninja that we met her as. And Yang's character, very suddenly with this volume, turns into, we want her to be this brutish meathead. She's a big, dumb, scary, meanie ass, and no one likes her because she's so mean and scary. And it's such a weird direction to take Yellow Beauty. Yellow Beauty burns gold. It's so weird. So a lot of the consequence, and we see that really on display in their confession scene, especially. It could be better. It's not terrible. My biggest thing is, like, one, it's more important than them knowing who to trust, Jean or the cat. It was more important than learning about the plot they're currently stuck in. They don't get to learn about Alex and Lewis. They're busy making out. Okay, sure. And I feel like their confession would have felt stronger if they got to decide on it. You know, if they decided they were ready to confess. But instead, the universe forced them to confess, which makes it seem like not as genuine, not as emotionally important to these characters. They could have just had a moment where they decided this, but they don't get to decide this, which is a shame, and really detracts from the emotion of it all. Thank you again, Indigo. AU idea. Ruby gets a message from Salem as a child and grows up listening to her. She becomes one of Salem's envoys to get the relics. That would be cool. I'm all on board for that. I think it's really fun playing around with AU ideas with Salem, just because Salem's kind of boring in the show, and there's a lot of, like, unique directions you can go through that they don't commit to with this show, because they made her very boringly, like, big bad sits on her throne and waits to die, basically. So, most AU ideas that involve Salem, I think are cool. Thank you again, Juan! I miss happy/shitty jokes, Yang. I do too. God. We've gone through all the volumes at this point. Volumes 1 and 2, Yang, is such great character. I miss her so much. Her fun, her like, sass, just the way she would hold herself. That's a big thing that I think about a lot. The characters don't hold themselves with any personality anymore. Like, Yang used to have her, like, hands on hips, she would, like, lean to one side, she would be all sassy and cool, and now everyone stands with their legs, like, squarely apart, like almost A-posing, because I guess it's easier that way. We don't have time to give our characters personality, they have to just stand there. I miss the school setting. I really like the school setting. I like school settings for any story. I'm a big ol' sucker for fantasy battle high school. That's why I like Ever After High. It's why I like Monster High. It's why I like a lot of animes, like Little Witch Academia. I like high school settings. I think they're fun. And RWBY abandoned the high school setting, and that disappoints me because I really liked it. Thank you, Lashazol again. You're being so nice. Thank you. It's wild that even when they remove RWBY from the plot to focus on them, Jean still has better writing. It is. Yes. No one else is here to steal screen time away. It's just Team RWBY and Jean, and yet here we are. Blake and Yang still don't get to be in the plot. Their plot's too busy having them make out with each other. They can't have any interesting reactions to learning about Jean's past and the tormented struggle he went with Alex, or the revelation that Alex had a brother. No! They can't be in the story. We need to completely separate them from that to have them make out with each other. And maybe that's the problem with RWBY, is they don't know how to have things happen without completely separating them from everything else. That's why we're here in Wonderland right now, because they didn't know how to have RWBY develop without completely separating her from the entire story, in the entire long run of the story, right? Blake and Yang, they can't make out unless we completely separate them. They just don't know how to, mix plots together. And that's obvious just by watching the other volumes, where they can only focus on one thing at a time, and it's weird. It's really weird. And every time we have to focus on something, it has to be completely separated from anything else that's happening. It's weird. Oh, yeah, the 1 year anniversary from Bumblebee. Yeah. Yeah. You only ever make out when you win the whole story? Yeah. Longtime viewer, first-time commenter, thank you, Gwen Gully, I believe it's pronounced Gwen. I feel bad if I said your name wrong on your first comment. If memory serves, really enjoyed your content over the years, and your avatar looks great. Aw, thank you. I think I like my avatar a lot, too. I'm big and beautiful, and I love it. Thanks for the comment. I appreciate you. Shout out to the lurkers. Everyone... Round of applause. Round of applause to the lurkers. Lurkers is what keeps the world going round. Not everyone's here to leave comments and chit-chat, and leave super chats. Sometimes there's just people here to hang out and vibe and just lurk in the background, and you're some of my favorite folks. I'm a chronic lurker myself. I don't usually engage in chat. I'm usually just there listening, and I understand how important you are. Thanks, lurkers. Big round of applause to the lurkers out there. I appreciate you. Ugh. Is everyone staying hydrated? Did I say that? I got a drink of water, but I don't remember if I said it out loud. Stay hydrated. Lurking for years. Yeah, baby. Also, I hate, this is such a media gimmick, like a Hollywood gimmick, but someone's making out, and everyone's like, gasp, I am so shocked. We all need to stop and stare, cause OMG, wow. That's such a Hollywood thing, and I think it's silly. Critter is what happens when a lurker goes through ascension. It's true. I lurked myself so hard into becoming the only person talking for hours on end. Yeah, just shut up Miles with his, I've been waiting forever for that. It was something I mentioned on Team Jack's stream when we covered Volume 9. But the way he's trying to have his deep man voice version for Jean, but because he's trying to do his older Jean man voice, it sounds too sensual. The way he said I've been waiting forever for that. It sounds a little too into it, a little too turned on, and it's just the way Miles has done the performance. I think deep voice man voice Jean was a weird choice to begin with. It could have just been Miles's normal speaking voice, quite frankly. Also Jean's 20. His voice can't change that much from being already an adult to being an older adult, my voice has been basically the same since I was 16. It's not going to change that much as I get even older, Not the Charmin ads. The Gillette ones and the Charmin ones are the worst. It's the delivery of the line? Yeah. You think Jean's stuff was for the shippers who wanted the ship for 10 years and they finally got it? I get that. It's salty to me because, he's the writer. He's the reason they had to wait 10 years. Oh yeah, we have our first warning on screen. Hold on. Wait, hold on a second. Wait a minute. We have a warning. Episode contains themes which might be distressing for some viewers. That's going to be a general warning, just throughout the rest of the volume, because this is where we're diving into RWBY goes suicidal feeling with this. So, it's going to be happening from here on out. If that topic makes you squeamish and uncomfortable, and you got a dip, go ahead. I don't blame you, but just here, going in, it's going to be a little bit more heavy for RWBY going forward. So, to be warned. And before Critter gains a graveled voice and starts talking with a Boston accent. I'll be the coolest person ever. Thank you, Furry Giraffe. Thank you, Furry Giraffe. Off topic. But what do you think of the Volume 9 opening? I don't think it's off topic, and I have nothing else to say about the Paper Pleasers, so now's a great time to cover it. I think it's... I love the song. The song's amazing. It's my second favorite song from the album. My first favorite being Chatterbox, because it's great. I really like the song. I like some of the visuals. Some of it is great. Like them running around the, MC Escher-esque, twisting paths of the Punderstorm, whatever. I like, seeing Neo's tea party with the rainbow cup and whatever. There's parts I like, but there's also parts I really don't like. There's a lot of, the color-specific parts in the beginning I have a lot of gripes with. I think the colors are poorly done. Because the only ones who have different colors on them is Jean and Blake. And Blake's is weird because rather than give her signature color, they made it, purple. It's weird. It just doesn't quite match. And John is the first character we see, and he has red on his sword, even though Penny, like, the red shouldn't be there anymore because it's from Penny. It's weird. There's a lot, so I'm kind of, like, conflicted on it. I really like the song. I think the visuals are meh at times and okay at others. So I think it's fine. It's hard to tell where I would rank it. Probably high on the list, but definitely not topping the list by any means. So, that's what I feel about the opening. It is really good. I like the song's the best part. The song is really good. Yeah, this is where homophobic RWBY pops up, which was such a fascinating, like, it's, like, the fandom always amazes me with what things they latch onto to be the jokes that we're going with. Like, remember when Yorse, like Yang Horse, where did that even start? That was everywhere for a while there. There was also Bloconut, Blake the Coconut. Do we all remember that? A lot of weird stuff in our fandom, I'm not gonna lie. I love that line. This is the funniest episode. Miles wrote this episode, which is crazy. A far cry from what I was saying before with the cloud scene is, now I want to make sure that Miles actually wrote this episode. I'm pretty sure he did, but I'm going to double check. This is probably the best episode Miles has done, and I think it helps that it's a lot of, like, non-stop, like action going on. And it's not like any exposition we have is also new exposition that's being introduced to the story, right? Like Jean's paper pleasers, we're explaining what he's been doing and stuff like that. Things like that. So I feel like this is also that we bounce between the tones really good in this episode as well. Like, we go into, like, a serious moment. There's a moment where he says his joke, and it doesn't completely ruin the tone of the serious moment, which is crazy. Miles seems to do good when he's writing serious scenes, but I don't know what went so wrong with episode 4. You know, because this is such a well-done episode. It's hard, that's the thing, you can't just blatantly state anything about any kind of writer, because you don't know the circumstances, what happened between writing the episode 4 and writing this one, what kind of headspace Miles was in, what other people's contributions, because it's not just Miles, there's 3 other writers, they could have been, including or helping in any ways, we don't know for sure. But I think it's important to know where you think you've done your best and where you think you've done your worst. I think with this volume, episode 4 is Miles' worst, and this episode is Miles' best. And if you can do that with your own writing, you can sit there and start to understand how you can improve those worst things. Understand what made your best your best. That's the thing I was saying earlier, when the writers are like, they're so, like, against hearing criticism, it tells me that they don't like understanding how they can improve. They don't look critically at their own work to see what they're doing, how they don't want to do better, they just think they are doing better, you know? They think, they don't want to acknowledge the things people say are wrong, because I don't know. Because, like, if I was a writer and people were like, this episode is bad, these volumes are bad, I would want to sit there and be like, okay, let's really figure out why. Not everyone's critique is going to be helpful, but it might be interesting to hear, you know? So even if it's mean, even if it's really meanly worded, it can still be helpful to hear as a writer. And to have anyone being able to speak specifically about your writing, whether it's good or bad, is honestly hard to come across. Even with professional shows, you know? Like, people will do, like, broad strokes, but very hardly will people, like, really boil down your writing to a specific degree. And so I would kill for that kind of thing, for someone to look at my writing and really specifically tell me what they think I'm doing bad, what they think I'm doing good, no matter how rudely they worded it, because we don't get that luxury. Miles gets that, but he doesn't like the fact that it's not just constant praise. And it's not just Miles. It seems to be all of them. Kiersey very hardly talks about RWBY. I never see Kirsty discussing RWBY on Twitter. I don't even know if she's even on Twitter anymore. But it's always just Miles, Carrie, and Eddie. So, and from what I can tell with them, they tend to really like it when people praise them, and they really ignore it when people criticize them. But I don't know. Are you being careful from being fooled on April Fool's Day? I'm not too worried about it. Like, I'm sure I saw, like, a trailer for something, and I was like, oh, wait, yeah, it's April Fool's Day. And then, yeah. I think April Fool's Day is super dumb and boring. Like, I think we could, like, if we want to do jokes, we can just do jokes whenever. We could just, you know, have jokes at any point in time. You don't need a specific day. And it's always, like some jokes are cool. More, like, half the time, the, like, joke things that we see with April Fools is really clever. I think the other half the time, it's, like, the dumbest thing. So, I'm just so used to it. I'm not really bothered. I don't really care if I get fooled, either. I've been wrong about plenty of things. Thank you again, Indigo. Did the writers ever have a continuity checker? I don't think so. I don't think so. There was a continuity checker for the animation in Volume 6. I don't know if they kept that around, but I don't know about for their own, like a lore keeper. I'm not sure about that. Probably not, because they retcon a lot of their stuff, weirdly. Like, between episodes, they'll retcon things. So probably not. Thank you, Alvy. Thank you, Alvy. Jean doesn't want us to kill ourselves. He bad. It's so weird. Okay. And, alright, let's open up that can of worms, since we were bringing it up. The whole thing with Ascension and the Paper Pleasers really muddies the concept of what this volume is trying to do. And I don't understand how the writers, all 4 of them, went through this volume and had these topics on screen. Like, we see the Paper Pleasers holding up scissors and, like, we're going to kill ourselves. Because that's what we want. And Team RWBY sat there and went, yeah, you should be allowed to kill yourself. Because that's what you want. I don't understand how they even have a warning in the beginning of the stupid fucking episode about the suicidal tendency things and whatever. The suicidal stuff. And it's like, you knew you were touching on this topic. How did you not realize that it really comes across like you're glorifying it? It's weird. And also, it immediately paints them like they're completely selfish assholes. Because the thing is, like, we're not going to learn how to get out of the ever after if we're babysitting the Paper Pleasers. He needs to let them die, because it'll be convenient for us. It doesn't even come across like they think the Paper Pleasers would be happier this way. It would just make their lives slightly more convenient. And it just is such a negative idea to be like the main, and that's not even me like stretching. They just said it on screen. We can't sit around, and you could. Jean could continue to take care of the Paper Pleasers. All 5 of you don't need to go running around the ever after. If this is important to Jean, why not let him? And they seem to be sentient people. You know, they live, they have ideas, they have thoughts and voices. But Yang is sitting there being like, oh, but it would be really convenient for me if you just let all your paper friends die. Because I want to get home right now. It's just such a shame how they went through this whole volume and no one thought about this. Not a single one of the writers or any of the producers or executives or anything sat there and went, maybe this isn't worded as well as it could be, you know? Yeah, they called the Paper Pleasers suicidal toddlers. And it's like, you can't say that like it's a joke, guys. That's not a joke. You can't, just because you went ha 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 in your director's commentary. Thank you, Ranger. Eddie Rivas was kinda the lore keeper. Yeah, kinda. It's just like, it's like, thank you, Mystic Orange. You're very nice. Thank you, Mystic Orange. It's the thing of like, even in, like, in episode 1 of this volume, RWBY implied they jumped down after Yang on, like, to, like, find her. Not that they all accidentally fell. And then another thing is, Weiss was like, I'm almost out of dust, and then that never gets brought back up again. So, like, I don't really know how much lore keeping they're really doing. It seems like they're kind of just, like, big strokes, they probably keep things in order, but those little things that they can just write randomly from episode to episode, I don't know. I guess not. Thank you, M3D. Making Silver Eyes plain as an anime fan is a... Sorry. I immediately, like, stopped reading correctly. Making Silver Eyes plain as an anime fan is a generational fumble. Imagine having seen the Sharingan design and saying, yeah, regular gray eyes are fine. Oh my god. 100%. Like, I watched Boruto more than Naruto, and, like, everyone with special eyes has something crazy going on, and it's so, like, you can't get mixed up or confused. And the fact that there's so many people with gray eyes, I mentioned it in my short today. Yuma looks like he has silver eyes, right? But also, the Hound showed up to kill Penny and whatever, and I didn't realize he had silver eyes, because it's such a not noticeable feature in their own show. Why not go ham with it? 100%, I agree with you. Thank you again, Lashizel. I gotta figure it out. You've been very nice today, and I appreciate you a lot. After the debacle with Genlock, you think they'd learn. Yeah, you'd think so. I don't think they wrote Genlock. I'm pretty sure someone else took over. But I'm not entirely sure. But yeah. I could be wrong, but yeah. I guess because people talked about it, and in the world of stories, all news is good news, right? All press is good press. As long as people are talking about your show, that's fine. It's something, right? But I don't know. I don't know, man. Especially on the volume, like I was saying, like, this is about the volume that's supposed to be, like, convincing people to get invested in RWBY so they could keep making new volumes. Weird thing to have be one of your main plot points is, hey, aren't you happy all those suicidal toddlers managed to kill themselves? No, I'm not. Thank you again, J-Rock. Seeing as RWBY, the show, takes place over the course of, like, 2 years max, it's possible he's known the paper pleasers longer than them. Yeah, that is true. Because he's been here for, like, what, like a decade or something? He's known the paper pleasers longer than he's known Team RWBY. That sucks. That's so sad. That's so sad that, like, his old friends, he's sitting there and grown and bonded with these paper people for a year, and then his old friends show up and they're like, oh, but they're not real. Just kill them. It'll be convenient for me. I love this breakdown. I love RWBY yelling at them. Yay. It was great because she's just saying what I've been feeling the whole time. Like, I was so frustrated with everyone being assholes, and having her just, like, yell it out, just, so good. But then here comes Jean with his big old baby temper tantrum. He's gotta outdo her with the big old theatrics of it all. I was so on board with RWBY. Like, I'd run away too. Oh, and thank you, Rudy Soto. I think is how... Yeah, Rudy Soto. I think Miles hates suicide prevention workers. Yeah, it's just such a poorly handled topic. And, like, for such a sensitive topic, they really didn't do a good job handling it, right? Thank you, Renegade. Thank you, Renegade. And the bees telling Robin a criminal confidential military secrets is once again not brought up. Yeah, they never acknowledge their own problems. They never talk about the things they do wrong. It's just them. They're always right. They're perfect. None of their actions ever have consequences. And it's so goofy. Alright, I'm gonna take the screen away real quick, because I want to show you all something. You ready for this? Are you ready? Is this the one? Yes. I want you all to pay attention to how fast RWBY moves. Pay attention to how fast she is. That was really fast. So I can understand how people think her semblance isn't super speed. I still get so many comments of people being like, no, it's not super speed. She breaks down her particles into rose petals and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, that's the technical explanation of how her semblance is working, like, in the in-universe, like, science of it all. But her semblance is still super speed. It's still super speed. Did you not see how fast she went right there? We can explain the science behind it, but it's still super speed. Thank you again, George. I rank RWBY blowing up at her team as one of Lindsay's best performances in the show. 100%. Lindsay really knocked it out of the park here. I've been, like, really complaining about RWBY's voice and Lindsay's performance for the majority of this, like, watch-along that we've been doing. So, and it's a complete 180 here. So much better. Infinitely better. An amazing performance in this volume. I don't know if it's, like, the more serious tone RWBY the character is going through, or if, like, Lindsay, like, took some, like, acting classes or something. I don't know. It's just really way better. I totally agree with you. What other RWBY scenes would you rank alongside it? A lot of Volume 1 stuff, I think. I think talking to Summer's grave in the beginning of Volume 3 was really, really good. I think crying and talking to Uncle Crow at the end of Volume 3 was another big one. It's like a lot of her dialogue, a lot of good RWBY scenes don't have her talking. Like when she sees Jean training in the woods in the end of Volume 4. Those are the ones that pop to mind right away for me. If anyone else has ideas, leave them in the comments. I'd love to see. Thank you, Skywalker. Give RWBY a hug, you senseless idiots. Yeah, her family, her friends, her own flesh and blood, her sister, the people who've been with her this entire time, she's sitting there clearly upset. Oh, but we gotta hug Jean. We gotta make sure to pat Jean on the back and tell him everything's gonna be okay. I understand, like, the point of, like, servicing the premise of the volume. RWBY has to have her breakdown. Everyone has to be disagreeing with her for it to work. I get it, but damn, it really made me not like the rest of Team RWBY. It just assassinated their characters. It made me hate them. So, such a shame. And I feel like if the cat was there, like, needling RWBY, like, egging her on, convincing her everyone else are assholes, we could have had this moment of RWBY breaking down without having to make me not like Weiss, Blake, and Yang anymore. And make me think they're genuinely awful characters. Everyone staying hydrated, liking, commenting, and subscribing. Thank you, Mercury Black, thank you! All that speed and couldn't save Yang. Oh my god. She's so fast. But she couldn't save Yang. She was stunned. She was stunned still. Too shooken up. Couldn't move fast enough. So dumb. So dumb. Just have her be, like, injured. Have Neo, like, smash her knee or something. Just have her be injured. Have Neo be holding her back. Anything. Don't just have her sit there and do nothing. Whatever. Whatever. Thank you, Philip. Hey, Philip. Nice seeing you today. They know RWBY and they take Jean's side. Yeah. Yes. Like, after everything they've seen what RWBY's been through. And they were also on board for the paper pleasers dying. They were like, yeah, kill the paper pleasers. Because then it'll be easy for us. And then Jean's sad that they're dead, and they're like, oh, don't be upset. It's like, you wanted this. You suck. I wish there was more Neo in this volume, because this is cool. And I would have liked to see this more. It's cool that we get the reveal here, and maybe it would have ruined the reveal here if we had seen it leading up to this point. But I just like it a lot. I wish we could have, like, hinted at Neo's machinations. Because the last time we saw her, other than the Jabberwocker attack in the last episode, was episode 3. At the very end of episode 3, we see her unlock the new element of her semblance. I would have liked to hint towards what Neo was going through. Maybe it'll be in RWBY Beyond, because we still don't know what that's gonna be like. Do you notice Vine's not here? Because RWBY doesn't know that Vine's dead. That's fun. Some of these characters, I don't think RWBY would care about. Would RWBY really care about Clover's death? Did she ever really talk to that guy? You know what's really sad? When I was going through and finding the last lines for characters, and I didn't know whether or not to include these versions of them, so that's why I also had the, technical last lines if they were here. A lot of them, it's so sad. It's legitimately super fucking sad hearing Pyrrha, tell RWBY she's horrible, have Ironwood tell RWBY that she's the reason all her friends are dead. It's really sad. And, that actually sucks. From a writing standpoint, they did a good job. They're trying to make me sad. It still hurts, though, you know? Thank you. Oh, Doodly Ding Dong TikTok. Hi, nice seeing you here today. Hi. Remember when characters were fast and can fight? You're very entertaining, BTW. I love watching your videos and streams. Aw, I try. That's funny. That's crazy. I don't know what it is about me that people find entertaining. Honestly. I appreciate you, and you're cool. Thank you, Viva Voxy. How does Neo even know Leo and Clover? Yeah. I guess probably she would have seen it in, the news, because they're kind of big figures. You know, like leader of Athlesian highest-ranking forces dies, and Leo Lionheart, headmaster, dies. But, yeah, it's weird that she knows about their deaths and also knows how important they would be for RWBY. Willing to forgive it, I guess. We can find headcanons to excuse it away. But yeah, things like that would have been cool. Having her, on her scroll looking up information about... I don't think there's Wi-Fi here, so maybe it wouldn't work. But yeah. Thank you again, Alvy. I love how little of a shit RWBY gives about Neo. She really doesn't. She's like, ugh, you... go away. I watched you fly away once, just do it again. RWBY is so, actually not bothered. I do like it. I think it's funny. Thank you again, Ranger. Did RWBY even know that Clover was dead? Or Ironwood? Oh, wait. She would know Clover died. Because it would probably be in the news, right? So... She would have probably known about Clover's death, but I don't think she would have known about Ironwood's. No, you're right. Oh my god, plot hole. Ruby Rose, you have a plot hole in your story. You wouldn't think Ironwood was dead. Oh my god. Wow, crazy. I knew something felt off. I just couldn't figure... I thought it was that... so this is, human Penny. And technically Neo was there... when they, walk through the teleportals. But I would think Neo would default to, regular robot Penny, you know? Because I don't think she got a very great look at human Penny during the fight, right? So... I also think it would have been fun if it was, classic Penny, rather than human Penny. Old design from volumes 1 through 3, you know? That would have been cool. They would have had to go through the effort of, remaking her whole model. But they also remade Pyrrha's model, so, you know, they could have... And Torchwick's, they could have gone the extra mile. But also, I think they kept... they had to use Pyrrha's model because they were also making the Justice League crossover. So, thank you, Philip, again. The Clover fight was dumb. Focus on Tyrion, idiots. Yes. Yes, I ranted about that a lot. And the worst thing is, with things like that, it's I see what the writers are doing, what conclusion they're trying to get to, but they just pick, weird, lazy ways of going about it. Weird, lazy ways that just don't make sense. There's plenty of ways they could have had it where, Crow gets overwhelmed and Clover ends up dying because they were accidentally fighting each other too much. Plenty of ways you could go about that, but instead they actively went out of their way to be we should team up. Me and the guy who almost killed me and wanted to kidnap my favorite niece. We should team up against my new best friend because he wants to arrest me, not kill me. Tyrion wants to kill me. Clover doesn't, but we should team up against Clover, because that's a good idea. Why are we talking about Volume 7? I mean, we're just stuck in the middle of this million-hour-long Charmin ad that's stuck on repeat. Nothing else we could talk about. Oh, and thank you, Ranger, again. The answer is both. Neo and Ruby read the script. Yes. Both Neo and Ruby read the script. Yes. Like, I bet they wanted the symmetry, but there wasn't enough dead characters that Ruby would have known to, like, be important in this scene. Yeah, I hate the fact that they try to redeem Neo after this. Like, this is too sad. It's very, very sad. It's hard to sit through. I don't like seeing Ruby Rose crying so hard and, like, being physically and emotionally tormented. And then later at the end, we're gonna have this whole thing with Neo where she's like, and I guess we're cool now. And it's like, no, I hate you. I don't want you to ascend and become something better. Kill that bitch. Fuck Neo. She sucks. I hate her. This is a sad scene. We can't redeem a character after this. I didn't think they could do a worse redemption than Emerald. Because, like, Emerald, like, helped with the death of Penny the first time, helped with the death of Pyrrha, helped with the fall of Beacon, but it wasn't, like, directly her fault. You know, you could make the argument that it wasn't directly her doing those things. She was just making the illusions happen. This is just straight up Neo torturing Ruby. Like, and we try to give her a little moment of, like, oh, and she's gonna be better. No, that's dumb. Fuck you, Rooster Teeth. You just didn't want to piss off the Neo fan base. You suck. Dumb. Yeah, the feet again. Always with the Penny feet. Did they just bring back Penny so they could have the feet thing? Yeah, okay. With the cat. This is the cat's, like, reveal of being bad. It feels a little too much like it comes out of nowhere. Like, they haven't seemed resentful or mean or malicious, and it just suddenly happens here, and it makes me think they hadn't thought of what to do with the finale yet, and they came up with this idea, and then they didn't go back and change any of their previous scripts. I can't prove that. I could be wrong. I don't know. But yeah, I don't think the cat was initially planned to be a villain, or to fuse with Neo either. I also don't think I don't think they knew what to do with Neo after this. Because the thing where Neo's like, the only thing you wanted was to kill Ruby? That's it? You're ready to just, like, completely shut down as a human now? That's very dumb and comes out of nowhere. We even see Neo being mad at Cinder in the beginning of the volume. When she, like, lands in the Ever After, the first thing she does is transforms into Cinder, and you can tell it's her being mad at Cinder. She's thinking about Cinder. That's why she transformed into her. That's dumb. I'm annoyed. like they say a lot was cut out in, like, with this episode and then the next few episodes. That's the thing. There was supposed to be 12 episodes, and several of them got cut. And I feel like this was one of the big parts that they had to, like, really trim things down and, like speed run the plot. Specifically, Neo and the cat, I think, got the brunt end they got the worst of it. Neo and the cat, both separately and together, they got the worst of having to trim things down to work within their budget. Okay, I mentioned it yesterday. The cat hanging out with Jin would have been so cool. the question answerer and the constant questioner. What a shame. Thank you, Card Captor. Hi, Card Captor. As someone who suffers with depression, it's weird for a show to be like, season 1 is okay in some context, and to some people, when volume 8, I misunderstood. Is okay in some context, and to some people, when volume 8 was like, no, like, huh? Yes. It is weird. It feels like they wanted to, like, be more serious. They wanted to be even more mature so people take them more seriously or something. You know? It's weird. It's weird that this is the decision they went with. Like, I can understand wanting to have a big development moment with RWBY. It's. And I don't think her new direction of feeling suicidal comes out of nowhere. I think it does make sense. But it wasn't the only option they had, you know? It's just weird. It's weird that that's the thing that they really decided on, right? Like we could have done anything. And that's the thing. That's the thing with the writers. They could have done anything. And this is what they chose. Would you have preferred if RWBY became someone else? Or are you still alright with her choosing to be herself? I'm alright with her choosing to be herself. I wish something changed. Not on her physically, but like her outfit. Like if the inside of her cape was white now. Kind of like the opposite of Summer's, because Summer's is white on the outside, red on the inside. I wish there would have been some kind of visual thing to represent the growth she's gone through. Because Jean gets something. He now has the white streaks in his hair, and that is a shorthand visualization of the development he's gone through while in the Ever After. And RWBY goes through arguably even more development, and it's fine that she chose to still be herself, but I wish there was something that told us, the audience, like as a shorthand, this is the RWBY that happened, that is after this point in time of development. And I think white on the inside of her cape would have been a cool way to do that. You know, something simple. Something that doesn't change her physically, but is something that she could carry into her next future design in Vacuo, you know? So that, does that make sense? I think that would have been a cool. Oh well. Unfortunate. It's not bad as it is now, you know? I just think it would have been cooler the other way. Give her a black crescent rose and a black hood. Nice and edgy. A little too edgy, maybe. Yeah. Hold on. Wait. Yeah, in loving memory of Billy Kametz, March 22nd to 1987, June 9th to 2002. That's nice. I appreciate that. Billy was the voice of Torchwick here. Yeah. That's cool. I appreciate them putting that here at the end of this episode, because I don't think Billy voices Torchwick at the end when we get to the last episode and we see Neo talking with her illusions again. I don't think it's Billy voicing Torchwick in that moment. So, nice touch. Well done, Rooster Teeth. We're almost done, by the way. We have 2 episodes left. You know what? Now's a good time for a bit of a break real quick. You know? Get some more water, get snackies, go to the bathroom if you need to. Now's a good time. We're almost to the end of Volume 9 proper, and then we can watch the epilogue. So, let's go on break real quick for a quick second. We'll be back real soon, I promise. Let's just, get your water, snackies, and everything else you need, and we'll be back in a quick second. BRB. I've returned. I have returned. I've returned. I'm back. Right as we were leaving, Philip Schwartz had a super chat. Says, I really wish RWBY would have seen her mother so they talk. I agree. Even if it was, like, just RWBY being able to talk to Summer. Like, even if it was, like, an illusion that couldn't talk back, you know? Summer, they keep trying to imply she's some, like, super important thing or whatever. I'm just not... I'm just not into it. I don't care. It's too little too late. I can't get myself to care about Summer Rose. It's been 10 years and I do not care about her. Oh well. She's back. Hide the positivity. Of course. Back with a Tide ad. Yeah. We're almost there. We're almost to the new stuff. The new interesting stuff with the epilogue. Let's go. This is going to be the most boring episode. It's not the worst episode, by any means. That was obviously the first one. It's just nothing happens in this one. It's a lot of, like, standing around almost doing things, right? Yeah, this was the first time Summer Rose spoke. Like, she's existed as a concept. And it's like, 9 volumes in, I can't start caring about this character now. You know? I got Summer's first lines wrong. I got it super wrong. Wow. Damn, I was so incredibly wrong about Summer. And I felt like I was. I forgot about this moment in this episode, and I forgot that she says the first thing at the very beginning of volume, in episode 1. Wow. Oops. Oh well, I was planning on remaking that video anyway. Yeah, okay, so everything we're doing here, they're running around on the jackalope, Juniper. Why didn't they do that the first time? When RWBY ran away and they were looking for her, why weren't they riding around on Juniper the first time? It's weird that we just come back here for no reason, so Jean can continue to be sad, and no one's talking about RWBY. We're just gonna talk about Jean, and don't be sad, Jean. We like you. You're the special little snowflake, and we like you. So don't be sad. Let's just not address RWBY seemingly killing herself in front of us seconds ago. Oh, okay, sure. Thank you again, Ranger. Volume 3, Summer Rose gets mentioned by Crow. Volume 6, first time we see Summer, that is not a picture. Volume 9, first time she talks and interacts with people. With that track record, the volume, what is the 3 after 9? 10, 11, 12. Volume 12, Summer Rose will be important in another big, meaningful way. This is because the first time she gets to interact with currently living characters and not a flashback. Every 3 volumes, Summer Rose gets something. Yeah, let us give Jean a hug, or better, let us repeat Jean's entire arc from Volume 1. Oh, Le Cha Zal. The tone shift is off the chart. Is that okay? Yes, it is. You can tell that they said that they were cutting episodes, and this is very obviously a lot got cut between what was originally planned from episode 8 to episode 9. La Chazal, I got it. I hope I remember that. I'm terrible with words and names and reading and speaking. I said, you would not believe how many Pokemon names I got wrong as a child. Even though they would say them. They said their names. They said them in the anime. And I still got so many of them wrong. Because I just can't do words. I can't do numbers and I can't do words. I'm honestly amazed I can do anything as an adult. Yeah, this is such a weirdly uplifting moment for these characters, right? Like They're all smiles and hugs and happy, and it's like, RWBY just died. Like, literally 4 minutes ago. Not counting the 1 minute long for the opening. 4 minutes ago, RWBY just died in front of them. Your own sister and best friend just presumably killed herself. But let's all hug and smile and be all chipper and jolly. Oh, but as we stumble through here and we find her, like, statue, now we'll suddenly remember we're supposed to be sad. It's just, like, it's one thing for, like, a writing standpoint to, like, jump back and forth with these moments like this. That's fine. I think it's the fact that the animators really failed in this regard. They made everyone all smiley and happy, and they should have had them be more, like, quietly somber, you know? Maybe a smile here or there to, like, help with Jean coming to terms with the paper pleasers becoming the genial gems. But Yang's beaming. Ear to ear, big old toothy grin. Yang is just beaming. And it's like, your sister just died. So whichever animator did that, failed. Failure. I'm sorry. It's just a bad decision as an animator. You should have known better. You just give her any expression other than the happiest she's looked all volume. She didn't even look that happy when she was making out with Blake, you know? It's such a weird direction. Oh, we think she's died, but it's just so confusing. It's such sensitive topics to talk about, and they really don't handle it well. We should have guessed, you know, they should have guessed. After how poorly they handled the, like, White Fang stuff, with all of the faunus and everything, they didn't. That was also a pretty dang sensitive topic, you know, racism, and they didn't do that one pretty good. And they sat there and went, you know what we should do next? Let's handle an even more sensitive topic. Suicide. Because we didn't learn our lesson the first time. We think we handled the White Fang pretty poorly, that's why we've immediately got rid of it. Look at how it all matches. Because this, like, background area looks exactly like my screen, like my thumbnails and whatever. I think that's fun. I think that's a fun little detail. I had to do so little editing to make my Volume 9 thumbnail, because it already looks like a thumbnail of mine. But yeah, they know they handled the White Fang poorly, because they stopped doing it. You know, they've actively abandoned interesting concepts that the White Fang could be going through with, like, Atlas and Mantle and stuff, because they know they didn't handle it good, so they've actively tried to get rid of it in their story. And now it's like, oh, let's handle this other really sensitive topic. Why? Because we need the views, I suppose. We need something controversial and crazy. Okay. Another thing about these Charmin ads, to continue bitching about them, they only have one bathroom, and I understand, but this seems like a pretty big house. They seem like a pretty well-off family, and they love pooping. This family's all about pooping. How can they only have one bathroom? I don't believe that. The lore of the Charmin bears, I'm not buying it. It's such a weird thing that both RWBY and Blake go, are you the tree? And it's like, she's a blacksmith. She doesn't look like a tree. Are you the thing at the center of the tree? That would make sense. But to just be like, are you the tree? Why would you conceptualize the tree as something human? Weird choice. Just weird choice. The lore of the Charmin bears is more interesting than RWBY. I think there's... They love pooping. I'm not wrong. That's the only thing they care about. It's the only thing they talk about the entire time. No matter what they're doing, they always circle back around to how much they love pooping and how much they love their toilet paper. They get so excited when they get to poop again. I'm not wrong. Put that on a t-shirt. They love pooping. And then just a bear and a roll of toilet. I'm gonna make that. I need to make some Magical Girl May merch. What do you all want? What are you all looking for with Magical Girl May? Thank you again, Ranger. Ruby seemingly offs herself, her team. Oh no! Turns to Jean. Anyways, and starts hugging him. Yeah, it's so poorly handled. It's so goofy and poorly handled. I can't, I just saw a tweet from Miles the other day, and I mentioned it yesterday too, where Miles was like, I am so proud with how this came out. And, I can understand being proud, but do you not look at things like that, where Ruby ascends after being tortured? Obviously, she's covered in, bruises and blood. She's obviously been beaten physically by Neo, and then drinks tea that they think will kill her. And then, literally 4 minutes later, they're hugging and smiling with Jean. And it's did no one sit there and think maybe this tone shift was a little too vast, a little too quick? Whatever. Okay, Lewis just goes in and just abandons his sister. And I don't understand. A Care Bear with toilet paper as a tummy symbol. Oh my god. Pretty Weird Duck, yes. Oh my god, yes. Oh, should I make an entire set of merch that's just the Charmin bears pooping? Proud of what, Miles? Your ego? I know, right? And yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I think this is the most tightly written volume. As a writer, I would understand. Compared to all the other crap they've done, especially the Disasteroid that was volume 8, I can understand being proud of how this one turned out. But, come on, man. There's still some pretty big problems with the whole suicide part. Thank you again, George. Speaking of bears, do you think a character based on Baloo from the Jungle Book would work as a relative of Blake or a Bumblebee kid? 100% yes. 100% yes. Absolutely. I'm honestly amazed that there's not Baloo. We have everyone else. I guess we don't have King Louie, I suppose. I don't know how you would do an orangutan faunus. Because they don't have, with Sun, it's easy because he has a monkey's tail, but orangutans don't have that. But yeah, with Baloo, we have Bagheera, we have, Raksha, we have all of them, like Shere Khan, but not Baloo? He's, an iconic character. It's crazy. There's many characters that RWBY hasn't done that I'm amazed it's taken them this long and they still haven't gotten to it. Like Rapunzel. Where's our Rapunzel character, right? Where's our Peter Pan character, you know? There's a lot of untapped potential with RWBY and the fairy tales they could be utilizing, but I'm glad they spent so much time on weird random things, like the Aesops. Which Aesop's fables are they? I don't know. Oh, Sage? They can't even remember what his fairy tale inspiration is supposed to be. That's dope. King Louie as Sun's dad, that would actually be really cool. I would be into that. Long arms. Yeah, okay, I thought of long arms and then it scared me. Long limbs is scary, right? That's a creepy thing. When people have limbs that are slightly too long, it's... and it just felt like people would probably just think it's an animation error too, not an animal fondness trait of the long arms of an orangutan. They would just be like, why did they model that character incorrectly? Peter Pan is Oscar? Peter Pan is not Oscar. I don't blame you for thinking that though. Oscar is Tippetarius, Princess Ozma, aka Tip. It makes sense. Because not only is that a Wizard of Oz character, but also he matches the theme with the rest of Team Juniper, being characters who are famously represented as being the opposite gender of what they're born as. Like how Jean is Joan of Arc, she pretended to be a man during the war. Ren is Mulan, we all know Mulan. Same thing with Thor and Achilles, they had elements of their story where they dressed up as women to go into certain places. Tip also is Princess Ozma in disguise as a little boy named Tippetarius. So it does actually match. And is cool. Is that Overseer here? Why? Whoa! Hi, Zoe Overseer. I was talking about RWBY Abridged this morning. That's cool. Yeah, like, this episode's so nothing. It's a short episode, too. It's not the shortest of the volume, or at least one of the shortest, or something like that. But yeah, it's, like, we're almost doing things. just like, we're close to finishing the story. Like, you could feel like they wanted this to, like, maybe they wrote it as one big episode, but then they're like, that's a little too long to be one episode, so they split it in half. Weird choice, I'm gonna say. Thank you, Liam Griffin. Nice name. Just got here. What did I miss? Nothing important? Thought so. You're so not wrong. The important part's gonna be the epilogue, which we're almost there. We're almost done with Volume 9 proper. I knew it wouldn't take that long. Honestly, we went through it faster than I expected. But yeah, the epilogue is next. We're almost there. I'm excited. You think we're almost done? Don't worry, Protag. I get the feeling we're gonna be going through the epilogue for quite a while. So we'll see. Is it young Salem Rapunzel? Some people think that. She doesn't have long enough hair. Like, when we think of Rapunzel, what's the more important part? The tower she's stuck in, or the whole really long hair thing? That's what I'm looking for with a Rapunzel character, you know? I also got Ty's last line wrong, which made me sad. This is Ty's last line in this scene. I thought it was more thematically appropriate when his first line was welcoming Ruby as she wakes up back at home at the end of Volume 3, versus wanting to see Ruby again when her transmission cuts out during her big message in Volume 8. I thought that was thematically appropriate, but I was wrong. He says things in this scene, and it ruins the theme that I thought they were going for. Oh well. The frying pan? I think that's a Disney only. Good news is that you talked about half of the epilogue already. Yeah, like, we talked about it before, so there's gonna be things we can, like, skip over and whatever, but we'll see. I get the feeling I'm gonna, like... I get the feeling that... I'm gonna be pausing a lot. I'm gonna get rid of our, like, blinder here. My like, comment, and subscribe blinder. So, because I get the feeling we're gonna be pausing a lot more. So, we won't need the blinder as much. Because I'm not pausing this. We're just going through it. So, I can't just have all the footage playing without any pauses or interruptions. The copyright system will flag it instantly. But that shouldn't be a problem with the animatic. So, we'll see. Oh, you did miss me questioning the lore of the Charmin bears. I spent a lot of time talking about the Charmin bears and their lore. Both Yang and Summer hit Raven's shoulder. Yes, they did. Like mother, like daughter. They have more in common. Yeah, you can't copyright claim an animatic. Yeah, right? It's just still images and stuff, right? Team Stark sequel. I would have loved a Team Stark sequel. I mean, I guess we could still theoretically get it. I've mentioned it before. It seems like they would have more, like, interesting things going on. Less like, oh, the end of the world stuff. Like, Team RWBY's playing catch-up with what Team Stark already did, you know? Dumb question, but did Summer actually die? I don't think it's dumb question. And I'm pretty sure she died, but it's technically not confirmed. She never came back. So she could theoretically be alive somewhere. She's presumed dead, though. I think she's dead, myself. But anything can happen. Thank you again, Liam Griffin. Since this is a flashback, is this not technically his first line in chronological order? I guess so. I suppose you're right. But I was thinking, like, if we went chronologically, it'd be impossible to keep up with all of it, you know? Because we bounce around a lot and stuff like that. I just went with, like air date chronologically, rather than, like, in-universe chronologically. But you're not wrong, technically. For my idea of Ruby's new outfit is like the combination of her old colors, black with red, and some of Penny's green colors, and having Summer's white cape and hood. That's a lot of colors, but the green is going to be the hardest part, because green doesn't, like, green, I guess it is red's complement, so it could technically work. You just need to, like, I think use it sparingly. Like, too much green would make it feel a little busy, you know? But I think that could actually totally work out. Good luck. Good luck. Accidentally making Summer look bad. Yeah, I'm not... like, after not seeing her for this whole time, and the first time we see her proper, she's, like, abandoning her family and lying about it, apparently, and being kind of smarmy and rude with Raven. Also, teaming up with Raven, a person I don't really like. Not a great look. Like, I'm not super into the idea of Summer Rose. Yeah, the whole Alex thing with Jean was really not needed, and I don't know what the point of it was, because he shook her hand like he was making a deal, but what deal were they making? He didn't ascend. I thought that was the thing with the smoke cloud counterparts, was that they were going to ascend if they made a deal with the other ones. But he doesn't. But he makes a deal. So is it just a hallucination? Is it because... I wonder if it's just because they made Alex's model for the final shot where he gets the knife and he becomes young again. And they were like, oh, we should do something else with the model, so let's have this moment here. Because he should know what's, like, breathing in the smoke does. The others already know. It didn't have to be Jean to be the one to figure out to smoke out the cat. Any of the others could have been like, light the leaves on fire, because they know what it does. They went to the herbalist. Jean also went to the herbalist, didn't he? Or he didn't follow them there. I don't remember. Yeah, like, it was weird. It didn't do as much as I think it could have. We could have had that be the thing that happened in the last episode. You know? Thank you again with Ranger. You're so nice. You've been so nice today. In Volume 8, after the Hound turned out to be a silver-eyed person, I thought for a moment at the heart of the grim, Whale was going to have Summer, partially absorbed into it and powering it. That would have been kind of cool. I get that. That would have been a neat idea. Maybe, yeah, I'm totally into that. And then they obliterated the Whale, so it would have been a little sad. So, maybe a good idea that they didn't do that. But yeah, I'm glad they're saving the reveal for whatever ends up if she is grimified somewhere. I'm glad they're saving that, because that seems like it's going to be a pretty big deal. Maybe final boss level, a big deal. But now also it's like, are we going to get our final boss level? Is it going to happen? Oh, this is a great time for an ad break. Cool. In the middle of that big fight scene? Cool stuff. Cool. Well timed, Rooster Teeth's website. Thank you, D-Space. Loved Ruby here. Thought that she needed to have consequences, but death was going too far because in life you make mistakes. But RT screwed it up. Yeah. Like, I get the idea of what they're going... The message of you're perfect just the way you are is a good message. The message of don't kill yourself is a good message. But their execution is just so... It's not vague. Vague's not the word I'm looking for. I guess there's too many variables involved. It's also very confusing throughout it. Like, the consequences of Ascension and how it works and everything. Like, a lot of people... I saw a lot of people reacting to Volume 9, and they were like, I don't quite get it. Like, Ascension is still kind of confusing. And I think if they didn't make Ascension so weird, with like a million different rules, it could have been handled a little bit better. I don't know why they made it so ruly. Like, there was a million variables with it, and it doesn't add anything. Thank you, Furry Giraffe. What do you think of Guide My Way? Oh, is that the name of the song? It's fine. It's okay. It's not one of my favorites. It's fine. It's good. And I am neutral about it. Which song is Guide My Way? It's not this one that's playing, right? This is Red Like Roses Part 3, isn't it? Or is Red Like Roses Part 3, parentheses, Guide My Way? Is that what it is? It's fine. It not stand out. It's okay. You haven't listened to Worthy because the comment section under Flint of Ruby's video gave you World War II levels of PTSD. Oh, yeesh. I would suggest listening to it. It's okay. It's a good song. Avoid those comments. Got My Way is Red Like Roses Part 3. Okay, so it is. Yes. Okay. It's fine. It doesn't sound enough like Red Like Roses Parts 1 or 2, in my opinion, but it's fine. I think it's okay. It does a good job for this scene. No, don't look back at her sadly. She tortured you, RWBY. Dumb. Too damn dumb. Ugh. The Neo almost redemption is silly, and I don't like it. It's just them not wanting to piss off Neo's fan base, you know? It's funny how they took only Jean out of the fight just to have RWBY come back, even though her whole team was getting clapped. It's because we got the RWBY combo maneuver, the great big wombo combo. Jean did everything else in the fight, with the whole, like, seeing Smoke Alex and thinking about using the smoke to lure out the cat out of Neo. Whatever. Any excuse to get Jean out of center screen, you know? Boo! Boo! I don't like you. This new outfit is ugly also. Boo, Neo. Boo. Thank you, Indigo, again. I think the problem is no one knows what it is or state... No one knows what is it or state opposite opinions with no proof. Oh, Ascension. No one knows what it is, or they'll be like, yeah, it's a lot of, like, guesswork, especially from Jean, who has, like, a skewed idea of what Ascension is. He's also not a reliable narrator because of his mental state. The cat is also not a reliable narrator because they're trying to manipulate RWBY and get in, like possess her body and stuff. Like, everyone, and then no one else who could be a reliable narrator, like the blacksmith. It's always, like, very, like idea-based concepts rather than actually explaining what it is. It's so weird for a show that usually bends over backwards to overly explain every single thing. It's usually the most exposition-heavy show ever to over the top, overly explain everything that's going on. For once, they don't do that with Ascension, and it's the one time it's like, no, I would have liked a little bit more explanation here, because I don't understand what's going on. Especially with how important it is with the story, and how much it is easily mistaken for suicide. I feel like they really should have done a better job explaining it. Yeah, it's very cryptic. You're right. It's just like they try to be all like cutesy and like conceptual with it. Like, it's a state of being, not a state of self. It's where your heart flutters the hardest and things like that. And like, it's like, no, just tell me what it is. What happens in it. They never explain something that matters. Yeah, they'll give me, like, their 700th explanation of what semblances are, but they don't explain, like, the intricate, important details of, like, what do the relics do? Thank you again, Juan! Miss old combo attacks from early volumes. Yes. Yes. I so agree. Combat really has done a lot of ups and downs throughout RWBY. But back in the day, they just felt like more like they would actually team up. Now, it like naturally, like they would be back and forths with the flow of the action. Here, if characters do team up, it seems like a big deal. Like, they have to make a big show of teaming up. But more often than not, it's just the same. Like, Blake and Yang will stand back to back and do their combos, whatever, because they have to, because they're the dating ones. And then no one else gets to, because we have to highlight how important Blake and Yang's date combo is. It just, it feels... Choreography really did a lot of ups and downs throughout all of RWBY, and Team Attacks, I think, took the biggest hit in terms of consistency, Lil reminds you of that mouse from Narnia? I agree. What was his name? I agree. I liked that mouse. Hey, are you guys ready for... I was like, how is this episode 26 minutes long? because the last one's only 15, and I'm like, this one, like, wraps up the fight pretty quickly, if I remember. It's because we get the, like, 9-hour-long explanation of our, like, lore DLC. We gotta overly explain random nonsense about the very, very beginning of the idea of the brother gods, because everyone was just on the edge of their seat, wondering where the gods came from, right? You all wanted this, right? That you couldn't... this story couldn't have been better if we didn't include the expansion on the Brother God story. It definitely matters. Thank you, Nina. Thank you, Nina. Till the very end, I wanted to see Jean eat the cantaloupe. Imagined my disappointment. Cantaloupe? Do you mean jackalope? Do you mean Juniper the jackalope? I can imagine, because I can kind of picture Jean eating a cantaloupe, and it doesn't seem that exciting. But if you mean the jackalope, I think that'd be a bit more of a thrill. But I'm glad he doesn't. I liked Juniper. I don't want Juniper to be eaten. Yep, okay, good, yeah. Crazy autocorrect on that one. Yeah, this expansion, I didn't realize how much I hated it until I heard Fat Man Falling talking about how much he hated it, and I agree with everything inside of me that this is very dumb. It's such a dumb... It's a bad way to end the volume, too. Like, this over-the-top exposition dump. Again, like I was just saying, let's explain this crap that's not important, but we're not gonna explain Ascension. I don't know why the writers thought this was, like, gonna add anything to the story, because, like, I don't care. I don't care that the gods were farm babies at one point in time. It doesn't add anything to the story. It doesn't make the story better. It doesn't change their end goals. It's just extra exposition because Miles and Carrie really like writing lore, and they don't like writing stories. And you can really tell. They really go all out with the lore bits of their very convoluted plot, but they don't emphasize the character bits of their plot. You can't imagine John eating a cantaloupe? More fan art of Jean eating a cantaloupe. In, like, remarkably boring and normal ways. You know what I mean? Just like not an exciting bit of fan art, just him normally eating a cantaloupe, and people would be like, what's with all this Jean eating a cantaloupe fan art? And it's like, that's just what we do. This fan base is weird. Okay. So the cat feels like a proto-idea for what would be the relic of knowledge, because the cat seeks out knowledge. And then the Jabberwocker seems like a proto-idea for what be destruction. Like, but what about the other two relics? What about creation? I guess they were creating the whole time. And then there's also choice. I don't know. It's just like it's not really adding anything to the story. It's not really doing anything for the story that we didn't already see. We already saw the Brother Gods arguing over whether or not their creation should live or die. You know, this is adding nothing new. It doesn't change anything. Thank you, Curly. Randomly inserting reasons why God characters exist is something I did as, like, a 15-year-old. Why did they do this, lol? It's so true. Like, God, like, is that not the point of gods? That they just are? They're beings beyond comprehension, presumably there since the start of time itself. We didn't need an explanation for why they're here. We didn't need this, and I don't know why they thought we needed this. I don't know why they thought we wanted this. It does, a lot of their writing feels very, like, not, I say amateurish, but sometimes it does dip into, like middle school, I thought of this interesting idea. And I don't want to say that because, like, middle schoolers can be better than this. Lots of middle schoolers are a lot better than this, I'm not gonna lie. That's why I go with, like, amateurish, because it's, like, the beginning, because this is the stuff I used to do when I was first starting the ideas of writing stories. You know? Like everything needs an over-the-top explanation as to where it comes from. And it's like, it's not adding anything. This adds nothing. It's just a very long, very boring, drawn-out expansion to their lore, which is already... RWBY is out of touch. You're right, Eric. Like, it's already, like, a convoluted story. Why add more to it? I'm glad, Azure Moon. I'm glad I can make your laundry bearable. Laundry does suck. I hate folding my laundry. God, it's boring. Ugh. Thank you, George, again. Back in the day, I created combo attack names for Team RWBY and the Ninja Turtles. My personal favorite was Pepperoni Petals, Ruby and Mikey, good one, and Bushido. Oh, Weiss and Leo, I get it. Nice, cool, interesting, fascinating. I would never have expected the Ninja Turtles to show up, but I'm into it. Yeah, okay, yes, like, in Volume 1, but this is Volume 9. Volume 1 is where you have, like, the lore dumps of stupid things like this, when you're setting up the world. 9 years in, we're still trying to establish the concepts of the world. Like, just get to the story. Just tell the story already. Stop writing your history books about the characters, and just tell me what's gonna happen in the next part of the story. Ugh! But guys, we did it. We made it. We made it to the end. This is it. The end of RWBY. For now. For question mark. The end of RWBY as Rooster Teeth knows it. We don't know what's gonna happen. We don't know who's gonna be in charge of it, if it'll ever get picked up, when that's gonna be, if ever, who, what, when, where, why. We have no answers. Just a bunch of question marks. But we also now have the epilogue. Who's ready? I'm ready. I'm so excited. Oh, I am excited. Give me a second. I'll try to add subtitles, but Rooster Teeth's website's pretty crappy with its subtitles. We'll see. Maybe I'll turn on desktop audio. How does this sound? Can you hear anything? Can you hear this very good Tide ad? Yeah, I'll try adding subtitles, but their website really sucks with subtitles, so we'll see. Okay. Are you all ready? Are you all ready? I'm so ready. Bam. Yes, that's the one. Here we go. It's 15 minutes long. There's an ad break in the middle, because of course there is. Great. So, let's go. Looking good so far. Look, it's my two favorite RWBY characters. Let's go.
And we still show you. This is the original ending for Volume.
Oh, I guess this just isn't. I clicked English subtitles and there just isn't. So, cool. It wasn't even an option to begin with. So, I'll turn the volume up a little for you all so you can hear. Thank you, D-Space. I have to leave just as you were going to Epilogue. Sorry. Sorry. If it depending on how I feel about this Epilogue, maybe I'll make a review for it. We'll see. I'm not sure if I'll even have anything worthwhile to say. So, let's go. Sorry you're missing it just now. Yeah, oh, Wild Pilot, you made it just in time. D-Space, just as D-Space is leaving, Wild Pilot shows up. So, the VOD will still be here, so everyone can check it out when it's over. Let's go. Yeah, great website, Rooster Teeth. The option's there, but it just doesn't show up. So, I turned the volume up. Let me know if you still need it to be louder. Let's go.
9, it was going to be the 12th episode that we had to cut for budget and asset reasons, but...
Hold on. I also turned my own volume down. Let me turn my own volume back up a little bit, because my old grandma ears can't hear anything. Thank you, Cardcaptor. The brother gods are the oldest gods and most powerful. All the other gods appear, but quote-unquote die due to being forgotten or pissing off the brother gods. Headcanon. That's a good headcanon. I really like that. That's actually real. Dang, I like that headcanon. Like, there was a bunch of others, but the Brother Gods are such, like, tantrum babies that everyone else couldn't handle being around them all the time. They're like, we're gonna make our own thing. Alright, so they're saying that, like, this is the original ending for Volume 9. Damn it. Oh, God, I knew I was gonna do that, too. Where I always click down here when I hit a video, and that's where the, like, scrub button is. I gotta click higher up.
For budget and asset reasons, but we thought, hey, let's share it with you guys.
Yeah, you'll probably see some version of this.
Share with you guys. Oh, you mean the first members? That's what they wanted to share it with. The first members. But they just realized, we just found out that we can send it to everyone, not just the first members. But that was the initial plan.
This in Volume 10, it won't be 1-to-1, but it'll be something kind of like this.
Okay, so this isn't canon. There'll be something kind of like this, presumably, when they get to Volume 10. Okay, so it's not canon. Alright, good to know. I'm glad they've laid out the groundwork here right off the bat. You wonder if Critter will do more watch-alongs? 100% I am. Absolutely, Protag. Once we get, like, a schedule for RWBY Beyond, I definitely want to do watch-alongs for that. And then also I want to do watch-alongs for other things, too, like other shows. So, yes. The answer is yes. Let's keep going.
If and when it does come back.
Yeah.
Some brief context before you watch it. Chapter 11 of Volume 9 originally ended with the gang getting back to Remnant. They were looking at their own gravestone, and there was a little bit of a cliffhanger where someone appeared and walked up to them.
Okay. So initially, they didn't walk out into that hopeful scene. Let me know if it's still too quiet for you guys. So initially, it wasn't that hopeful scene where they see, like, the expanse of vacuo. It was going to be their own gravestone. I wish they kept that, because I think that could have been... I guess the ending is trying to end on, like, a hopeful mark, so I get why they changed it. I think seeing their gravestone could have been cool, but I understand why they changed it. Let's keep going.
We didn't know who that was, and that comes back into play in the animatic.
And this is in no way polished or finished. You know, we didn't animate it, but we thought it was in a good spot, and we wanted to share with you. We still really love the end message of it and the way that it caps off Volume 9, so...
Really, 7, 8, and 9.
Thoughts about gaming streams? I tried. My computer's just too crappy. It just can't handle... It just lags too much. I tried. Maybe eventually, but for right now, no, I'm not planning on it.
At 7, 8, and 9.
Always,
Yeah. So, thank you all for watching. We really appreciate it, and hope to see you again soon.
Let's see. Oh, there is. It's just them talking didn't have subtitles. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Why would they not have subtitles for them talking in the beginning? Okay, whatever.
We buried our friends today. I mean, you can't really bury someone that isn't there, but we needed to do something.
Oh, hold on. I've prepared for this moment. OMG, guys. This is so sad. Oh my god. Is this the... I'll use this for my thumbnail. This shot of me looking sad and crying. Because OMG, it's so sad, isn't it? I'm so torn up. Yeah, why does that guy have a banjo? Who is that guy? There was a lot of characters there who looked like specific characters who I didn't recognize. Let's keep going.
We needed to move on.
Oh, Jesus. So this is the thing. A lot of times it's like, I'll have your characters sit there and cry, and everyone else will be crying. It's like when they sit there and, like, when everyone starts laughing, and they're like, it's a funny scene, because the characters are laughing. I don't like hearing Nora crying, her eyes out, but also... She didn't cry her eyes out when Pyrrha died. I'm just saying.
Putting the memorial at the gate site was Ren's idea.
Why is Nora narrating this? Like, I love me Nora. I'm all on board for more Nora. But why is it Nora? Shouldn't it be like Oscar or something? Once again, Oscar gets shafted. Like, I'm glad Nora's doing something. She was going through a lot of, like, character development. But, like... I don't know. Oh, that's Klein. Why'd you... Okay, I know there's a shot... Jesus, I hate you! Your stupid website, I hate you! I know there's a shot where Blake is drawn to be, like, taller than Yang. I don't usually care, because it's a animatic. It's not supposed to be a one-to-one. It's an idea of, like, what it would look like. I did not realize that was Klein over there, because, oh, my crying face is in the way. I didn't realize this was Klein over here, because... He's, like, the same height as Willow, and Klein is definitely not supposed to be the height of Willow.
I think everyone lost something that day.
You think everyone lost something that day? You mean, like, Atlas? Like, an entire kingdom? Like, an entire home where they lived? Yeah. Like, it sucks your friends died, but I'm pretty sure, like... A lot of people lost a lot more, including probably other casualties. Let's be honest. Everyone probably didn't make it out of the city in time. Let's be real. That sucks. Can I turn off autoplay? Is that a thing? Because if I hit this X, I'm worried it's just going to play the episode. Stop loading next video. Ah, guys. I'm too smart. I'm too good. Oh, it's actually the thing. It's actually... See, this wasn't in it before. It's actually them, like, getting out of the sandstorm at the end of Volume 8. There we go. There we go. That's what I'm looking for, baby. This is what I wanted to see. Team Coffee. I knew Team Coffee was going to be coming back because they were in the animatic before. So already it's very different. I know it's like twice as long, but like, yes, this is the part I want to see. Yes, it's that thing I've been talking about this whole time. You set up the interesting idea of them being in Vacuo and being stuck in that situation. Yes, 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 thank you. Hell yeah. Yeah, Oscar sighting. We saw him, the boy. He's there. He exists. He's still there. Team Coffee! Wahoo! Yay!
When the sandstorm cleared, we saw Ambrosius had kept his
Oh, Sun and Neptune. What about the rest of them?
word. We were just
Nope,
outside
I guess not. We can get all of Team Coffee, but not Sage and Scarlet. Oh well.
the city.
I also, okay, so I didn't expect them to have new outfits for this animatic. Because that would be ridiculous to assume they would get redesigns for the animatic. Usually you do the animatic long before you start doing the redesign process, especially for something like this where you don't know if it's the end of one volume or the beginning of the next one. I am, like, even to this day, Sun is still stuck in that same old outfit. He cannot change his clothes. The sandstorm just stops. It does kind of, like, I guess we could assume winter was, like, did something. They were that close. The sandstorm wasn't even that, like, they really made it look like they were in the middle of nowhere. They were actually pretty dang close. I'm assuming that's Vacuo. You know, I think that's pretty safe to assume. They actually weren't that far, so that's cool. How convenient that they were just right outside the city. Yeah, yeah. The ending of last time made it seem like they were really out in the trenches. But, no, I guess they're fine.
It was a relief for us. but for the vacuums.
Run! This way! Come on! Hurry! To the city!
Vacuin. That cool.
Grim attacked the city for days.
Yeah, of course Grim would have attacked the city for days. We all should have... I'm glad that is actually a thing. Because, like, with the animatic last time, it really made it seem like everything was all fine and dandy. And I was like, no, it shouldn't be. Like, based off of, like, how the rules of this universe works, it shouldn't be. It's nice finally seeing RWBY, the show, like, talking about the consequences of it. It's the thing I've been saying this whole time. Like, it wasn't gonna be an easy, everything comes out sunshine and roses type deal. And that's, yes. It's nice
Things have
seeing
calmed down
that.
since-
RWBY, the show, doesn't usually do that. Usually things kind of just work out all fine and dandy. Every single kingdom they've gone to, it just kind of works out. They're greeted with open arms and everything's fine. So it's nice that, yes, this time it's actually like there's some stakes involved.
Since then. But there's still something worrying me.
The last thing we need is a kingdom of orphans.
It's not our fault we're here.
Cat? Neon cat? Okay. I remember some people were like, did they die? Because we didn't even see, like, Team Funky, like, escaping with everyone else. So, yeah, it's nice to know that they didn't. I didn't assume they had died, you know, because they're pretty, well, they're good fighters. I would assume they would live. But it's nice to confirm it.
No one came to help us when we needed it.
We've had our own problems.
Okay, so we can have the Vacuins be mad without having to literally throw rocks at children. That's silly. Like, we don't need to exaggerate this. Like, we could just have it be a normal thing. They don't need to literally throw rocks at babies.
The world doesn't revolve around Atlas.
What's wrong with orphans?
Yeah, also, okay, so they're like, we don't want your orphans. Let's throw rocks at these stupid Atlas orphans, because I guess we need to go overboard with making these people the bad guys right away. Is that kind of ridiculous? Yes. But I guess, you know, we gotta exaggerate something right off the bat. Oh my god, I'm so on board with the idea of Vacuo being, like, not happy that all of Atlas is dumped on their doorstep. That is so much something I am rooting for. That is a plot point that not only makes a lot of sense with the consequences of what they've been doing, but also would be so interesting for the characters to have to deal with. A unique conflict that makes a lot of sense. But also, why do it this way? Like, there's so many natural ways they could go about not being on board with Vacuo being overrun. But having them lobbing stones at babies because, oh no, we don't want more orphans. God. What do you mean? We just threw subtly out the window after you did Ironwood so good with his, like, conflicts with volumes 7 and 9, 7 and 8, I guess 7. Now it's like, oh, well, we don't want people to misunderstand who the good guys are here, so make them throw rocks at kids and not want to be around those stinky, smelly orphans. Thank you, Ranger. Also, wouldn't it be stateless refugees instead? Yeah, like, they're refugees. You know? Like, there's a lot of, real-world complications. Like, specific things that goes around how to, like, help and house refugees. I don't know how it works in Remnant. I don't think they know or care, the writers. Thank you, Indigo Dem Panther. Don't most Vacuins already hate Atlas? Do they? That's the thing. Vacuo has so not been talked about at all. We have had no discussion of Vacuo. Everyone who's from Vacuo, it's like Sun is from Vacuo, and I think that's it. And he doesn't talk about it a lot. He just talks about how, like, the desert is hard to live in. He doesn't seem to, like or dislike Athlesians any more than others. Vacuo is such a not developed place. Like, I can't believe they have a particular disdain for Atlas, because why would they? They're on opposite sides of the world of each other. Why would they care about Atlas? You know, Atlas isn't bombing them or anything, so why would they care? Yeah, we just know one thing. Desert. That's it. She looks back and forth at both of them. Toned down expression. Yeah, you think? Just a little bit of a crazed Nora right there.
Hey, everything's gonna be okay.
I want to go home.
We've spent years painting Atlas as the villains. Atlas are the bad guys. They're the one. Ironwood's bad, and Atlas is bad. And now suddenly, we're supposed to feel bad for all these Athlesians. And, like, I get it. It's fine. It's just weird that now suddenly it's, no, feel bad for these Athlesians. They're the ones who are really suffering. Vacuo are the bad guys now. Vacuo and Atlas was on opposite sides in the war. Yeah, but when was the war? You know? Like 100 years ago? Who cares? Like, we were on opposite sides of the war. America was on opposite sides of the war with Japan, and now we're best friends with each other. You know? And that was less time than the Great War that they went through. And also, who was aligned with who? Because I don't think Mistral or Vale cares about that war. So why would Atlas and Vacuo care? Thank you, Vivavoxy. According to the lore, Atlas colonized Vacuo and mined almost all their resources. Okay, so there's something. Now we're getting somewhere. Where did we learn this? It's not in the show. I know that for a fact. I don't even remember it being in the World of Remnants. It might be. But yeah, like, if it's not in the show, then I shouldn't care. I'm not doing homework for your stupid show anymore, guys. Thank you, George. I think it's safe to assume RT understands how to implement subtlety intentionally. Yes. Let's keep going.
What if we can't move on? What if we're all just too scarred?
Wait, what war? The Great War. The Great War. It talked about... We've mentioned it once. Ozpin has a very boring speech in Volume 2, right before Team RWBY go off to Mountain Glen with Oobleck, where he talks about the fallout of the Great War, which I believe happened 100... It's either 70 to 100 years in the past. Like, it's ancient history. The fallout of the Great War is that everyone... Like, they were trying to, get rid of creativity and self-expression. And with the end of the Great War, that's why people named their children after colors, because that's a thing of creativity and self-expression. It was a weird in-universe way to explain why everyone's color-coded, which is fine, I guess. But, like, yeah, we've talked about it once. No one else has talked about it ever again. We've been talking about being on the brink of war here. They keep saying that, especially in, like, Volume 3. The Vital Festival, like, talks about, on the brink of war, and it's like, over what, though? We don't know what we're on the brink of war for. Like, dust resources?
If there was anything I wish I could borrow from you, RWBY, it would be your certainty.
Look, it's the boy! It's the boy! Your certainty? Okay, sure. If there was anything I could borrow from you, it's your certainty. Sure, Oscar. Whatever you say. I would have gone with a word like hope, conviction, not certainty. Weird choice. Weird choice, I'm gonna say.
You always believed things would work out. all the way up until the moment they didn't. Ozpin has no explanation of what might have happened to you, your team, Jean.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Magius, hi, it's been a while. Nuanced conflict where both sides have points and grievances? Nah, just make the Vacuans cartoonishly evil, so the audience know who to really sympathize for. Yes. It's like that thing. Have you all seen that TikTok of that girl, and she's like, the way shows are gonna have to work from here on out because of how media literacy has gone downhill. And it's like, hello, I am a guy, a bad guy, just so you know. And it's like, yeah, like, oh, how do we paint people as the villains for the story? Or maybe in the moral wrong here? Something reasonable and realistic? No. Cartoonishly over the top. Like, literally just attacking children orphans. That sounds like an SNL skit. That sounds like a South Park setup, doesn't it? And then the villains are throwing rocks at kids. And they're not just kids, they're orphans, because it's sad, and that's how you know they're evil.
I thought maybe I could search for an answer.
How does Ozpin not know what happened to them? Like, how would he not know about... Whatever, fine. Also, whatever.
But given Vacuo's history of colonization, its records of antiquity are even worse than most places in Rum.
Given Vacuo's history of colonization, its records of antiquity is worse than most others. What does that mean? What... Okay, so we're implying that because Vacuo has been colonized, at least we're addressing the colonization in the actual story. Thank you, Alvi again. First the racially oppressed were villains, and now the colonized. Okay, that's what... That's what that big sigh was. It was me resting my head on my desk to, like... conceptualize what they're going for here. So because they've been colonized, they have less good libraries, I guess is what they're saying. Their history books aren't very well kept. I guess is what he's implying here. I'm pretty sure that doesn't... I don't think that's how colonization works. I don't think colonized places have less historical documents, especially because what you all just told me is that Atlas was the one who colonized them. So, and Atlas is like the military capital with all the resources and everything. Wouldn't they have, like, because, like, when you oh my god, I'm gonna have a stroke. Do the writers not know what colonizing is? What do they think happens when colonization happens? Like when colonization happens, like, the place that's colonizing the other place basically adopts it into its own for its, so, and that includes its resources, right? So they would have, like, the same kind of resources Atlas would have, right? Circumventing their culture is a great way of putting it. Well done, Sky Slasher. And so, like, they would have the kind of stuff, if Atlas was the place that colonized Vacuo, they would have the kind of resources Atlas had. So I don't know where we're getting this idea that, oh, colonized places has really bad history books, and they don't have good libraries, and they don't have good record keeping, which is just also blatantly not true, just in general. Many places that have, like, being colonized does not have an impact on your record keeping. And also, what do you mean? Like, what are you looking through history books for? What are you looking through history books for? Why would you assume a history book would give you a hint as to where Team RWBY went when they fell down Ambrosius's, like, stairways? If Ozpin doesn't know what happened, I'm willing to, and he's been around since the beginning of history, I'm pretty sure no history book's gonna tell you what the answer is. you would have to look in fairy tale books, because that's where every single thing exists in this world that is conceptualized as magic. Find a fairy tale book that talks about Ambrosius and try to work backwards from there. If you're gonna do anything with it, why would you have history itself in your head? The man who's been here since the very beginning of Remnant's existence. And he's like, I don't know what it was. And your response is, well, the living history book inside my head doesn't know the answer, so I'll just look at other history books. And blame colonization for them not having enough information that I'm looking for. Oh my god. Oh my god! I knew it was gonna be something stupid. Thank you, Ranger. Atlas looked at Vacuo's historical records. Yoink. Yeah. Yeah. Right? Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Sorry, I just needed to breathe. I was blacking out. I was just thinking about. I just don't. What do you mean? Why? Why even try a colonization thing? Colonization can absolutely impact the local record keeping by, for example, wiping out local institutions or culture. Yes, that's the kind of record keeping that colonization can have an impact on, but Oscar's looking at historical documents. Like, the colonization kind of thing will get rid of, like, Vacuo-specific culture stuff. But that's not what he's looking for. He's looking for historical documents. Thank you, Smarty. The show is written by Carrie. He doesn't know a lot. Yeah. Yes. Why touch on colonization? Why? You've already... God, I can't... Oh my god. You've already done such a weird, shifty job handling racism, I guess, like political stories, fascism, I suppose, with Ironwood, suicide, and now we're gonna dabble with colonization. Stop trying to tell stories about things you don't understand. You know, like, why? Okay. And the thing is, he could have just said, I couldn't find anything. He didn't have to, like, have a moment of, like, I guess they wanted to bring up the colonization of Vacuo, but there's other ways to do it. Have one of the dudes throwing rocks at orphans bring it up, right? Okay, let's just keep going.
Oz is fighting our merger just as hard as I am.
Oh, now we're fighting the merging. Okay. Raptor Grim flying in the distance near fire. Okay.
We are in unforeseen territory now. Everyone worries the next Grim assault will be the last. Too many people to take care of. Too many emotions. And dwindling time.
It's almost like that was the whole problem. It's almost... Yes, I should hydrate. You're right, Nina. You're correct. I do need more water. And I got flavored water this time, so it tastes better. Yeah, they can fight the merger? Like, that's never been a thing. They've never fought against it before. We're just gonna throw that into the story willy-nilly out of nowhere? Okay. Yeah, like, the whole problem about telling the whole world about this was this is the exact same thing Ironwood was trying to prevent. He said this right at the beginning of Volume 7, where they were like, we're gonna fix Amity, and then we'll tell everyone one at a time, so it's not too much with the Grimm. And lo and behold, RWBY's stupid message was a problem, because there's too many Grimm. Who saw this coming?
You always believed in the best. Saw people for who they really were. Some of us don't know anymore.
Oscar's eyes are glowing in the shot. Sunrise turns to nighttime. We're going real artsy-fartsy with this, aren't we? Thank you, Red Carp. Who's next on the villain list? The disproportionate amount of Grimm in the banks? Oh. Of Grimm in the banks, painting them as greedy puppeteers? Hold on, your thing scrolled by. Who's the next villain? Who's the next on the villain list? The disproportionate amount of Grimm in the banks, painting them as greedy puppeteers of the world, and we must purge, right? Like, they were just picking the weirdest people to be, like, the bad guys. Oh, that's colonized community. They're evil, obviously. They throw rocks at children. Yeah, these things, really going, like, artsy with it here. You know, it's weird seeing RWBY have such grim undertones. Haha, grim. Haha, get it? Ha. But yeah, it is weird, because usually there's some, like, uplifting. Everything's gonna be good. Like, action. This is a fun action thing. So it is kind of crazy seeing it be, like, so dramatic and, like tough, you know?
How did you do it, John?
Oh, it's Ren now.
How did you go from...
Oh, we're going through all of them. Okay, why did we start with Nora? N-O-R. Is she the leader now? I'm trying to figure out what team name they're trying to spell.
The boy beacon to the leader at Atlas. When you lost so much in between.
What? How did you do it, John? Ren's asking, how did you do it, John? He didn't. He didn't handle it very well. He had, like, a whole mental breakdown. John had, like, a whole breakdown. You had to address him about it. You had to tell him in front of that Pyrrha statue to calm down. It's gonna be fine. You saw... What do you... What do you mean? Of all the people to sit there and be like, man, how do you do it? Jean is not one of the ones that handled it well. Noir. Ooh. Leaf Canary. Ooh, I like that. Team Noir. Yeah. What was I calling them? I was calling them Honor. Honor was good too. O-N-E-R. Because Emerald's gonna be in here, I assume. Maybe not.
Hey, I was going to try and cook some dinner for the gang, if you want to stick around.
Oh, that's really sweet. But I told Velvet I'd help her get more supplies out to the edge settlements. Would feel bad eating before those guys, you know.
Don't even worry about it. You just keep up the great work. Let me know if I can help.
You got it.
Okay. Oh, good. Great. I didn't want to watch it anyway. Alright, maybe I'll reset. Thank you for Giraffe. Oscar getting development and it's not canon. Oh man, it's finally on screen development and it's not even canon. It's some weird side story thing. Yeah, let's go back a little bit. Let's see if we can get our subtitles back on too. Thank you, M3D. Ren asking how Jean did it. Did it when they both lost their teammates and he was the one who wasn't affected? Yeah. Like, Pyrrha died too. How did you handle it, Ren? Jean, like, she was your teammate. You were on a team with her, not just Jean. Whatever. Remembering that these characters actually are supposed to talk to each other. No, that's only for Jean.
Nora, she's putting the world on her shoulders, and Oscar just isn't himself.
Yes, Ren.
I never realized how much you did to hold us together.
Yeah. I'm gonna argue Jean didn't do a lot to hold everyone together. Like, Jean was pretty emotionally volatile most of the time. I'm gonna say I think everyone is in pretty dire straits right now, Ren, because a kingdom collapsed and you have to constantly fight Grimm all the time, and 4 of your friends are presumably dead. 5 of your friends are presumably dead. I don't think it was just Jean was keeping them happy and upbeat. I think it's like, your circumstances here is much harder than the circumstances that Jean had to deal with when he was the quote-unquote leader.
Yatsu. Hey, I was just about to...
I wonder if Team Coffee's gonna get a lot of stuff to do. Oh, what is happening here? That's Tyrion. That's Mercury. Who the hell are you?
Are they?
Who are you? Who are you? Who are these people? Should I know these people? Who are these people? That's Mercury. The other one was Tyrion. Look at sad Mercury. Look at how fucking sad Mercury looks. What's wrong, buddy? Who are these people? Should I know these people? Book character? Oh, no! I didn't read the... No, I don't want to read the books. No, why? Why? Oh, man. I don't like E.C. Myers' writing. Oh, I don't care. Why? Why? What's the crown? What's the crown? What is that? What does that mean? Who just said that? Explain. What is that? What is it? What is it, like the faunus again? Is it like the white fang again? Thank you, Wild Pilot. Oh gods, here comes the books. Yeah. Thank you, the Greater Scope Villain. Thank you, the Greater Scope Villain. Jillian and Jax Asturias have joined Cinder and Salem. Oh, Jack and Jill. I get it. It's Jack and Jill. That's funny. Who are they, though? Oh, the crown. Oh, I get it. Because Jack and Jill went up a hill and then broke their crown. I get it. I so get it. You don't understand how, like, actually pleased I am with how clever that is. That's cute. I love that. So what's the crown? What is it, though? Like, are they, mafia? Anti-dust and pro-vacuo. What does that mean? What did that mean? Anti-dust, they are people who think they are royalty in vacuo or something. Oh, so they're usurpers. Is that what it is? They're trying to usurp the throne? The crown is vacuo royalty, vacuo royalty restoration group. Oh, I see. I get it. So, like, it has a council system. Vacuo has a council, presumably. They used to be a monarchy, and they presumably are descendants of that monarchy and are trying to overthrow the council to reinstate the monarchy. Is that what it is? Okay, I can get that. Yeah, Jack and Jill, it is cute. The crown, oh my god, that is, like, so actually cute. I fucking love that. Jax believes he's descended from, oh god, Malik the Sunderer, the first king of Vacuo. Cool. Nice. Cool. Criminal team group, Coffee, and Sun fought in After the Dawn. Okay, they dislike dust because it's a sign of being taken advantage of. Ooh, that's some unfortunate wording. I know you didn't come up, like, okay, anti-dust, then what's their semblances? What do they do? How do they fight people without, like, I think they could have just been, like, trying to reinstate the monarchy without also being anti-dust. That seems like a weird extra step. What I remember how my sister needed to test if AirPlay was working, so she played a random video, and it was my Volume 9 video. She read it in the most over-the-top dramatic way possible. Cool. Nice. Nice. This is cool. Okay. I know Celtic Phoenix read them somewhere. I don't know if those VODs are still up, though. It's not... Here's the thing. I own the first book. I could read it myself. It's not that... It's that I don't like E.C. Myers' writing style. That's my problem. I don't like the way... E.C. Myers tends to, like, skip over descriptions of characters a lot. Do you really want us to summarize the E.C. Myers books? I guess you're right. It's like their own convoluted thing. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, there's Tyrion. Hi, Tyrion. Hey, buddy. Okay, interesting. Fascinating to throw all of that now into the story. Like if you didn't read the books, like me, I would not know or care. I would be like, what is this? What is this now? More? And like, I'm gonna be honest, as like, more? We need more extra things? Like, I'm glad we're including more characters into Salem's forces. That is a good idea. I've been saying that a lot. But I guess using supplemental characters is better than coming up with entirely new characters, right? Like, I don't know. I guess there's no good way to handle it. Like, I suppose, like, if you're gonna do it, like, use supplemental characters. So then someone can read it if they want to. Rather than coming up with entirely new characters out of nowhere that we suddenly have to get attached to. Like, if you've read the books, you already have an attachment. And if you don't have an attachment to them, you can just read the books and figure it out. So I guess it's fine. It's just like, God, gonna have to do, like, a whole lot of looking into it. I guess it's not hard to grasp. You all explained it to me pretty quickly. But golly gee, like, it's just because, like, they can so easily get overwhelmed with it all, right? Like with the Aesops and the Happy Huntresses, and now we have the Crown. There's just a lot of factions in RWBY, and it's like, I don't know, man. Like, we're just trying to kill the evil witch lady. There's just a lot of factions, and it's because they didn't handle the Happy Huntresses or the Aesops well. That's the thing, you know? I'm nervous that the Crown is just gonna feel like more distractions from the plot. Because that's what the Happy Huntresses, and especially the Aesops, felt like. And all of Ironwood in general, was just distractions from establishing the real plot. Thank you, Mr. Magius again. Thank you! In the book, Yatsuhashi kind of used his semblance to lobotomize Jax. I really hope they explain how he's just fine now. Yeah, isn't Yatsuhashi's semblance, like, bonkers? Doesn't he have the ability to, like, completely change your memories? That's crazy. I guess we'll have to do, like, some homework, some spoiler homework. Spoilers. The twins' plan as leaders of the Crown involved collecting those with powerful semblances and mind-controlling them to build an army. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I guess there's no better way to handle it, because they needed more characters to join Salem's forces, because the 4 of them was not going to cut it. And if you're going to pick someone, might as well pick characters from one of the supplemental material, so then there's some kind of foundation for them. Alright, let's keep going.
I've tried telling myself that even though we lost a lot in Atlas, Salem's forces were damaged too. But she's able to recover by preying on those filled with fear and anger.
Oh, the whole kingdom is blue. Damn. Because everyone's sad.
I finally.
Okay, this is it. This is what I recognize. Yeah. There's Sun. There's Willow with her goofy hat. Whitley, I think. Eoner. Eoner. Coffee. Meh. Who the hell is Meh? What is this one? I can't see. I guess extras. Oh, that's probably Happy Huntresses. Yeah, Fiona, Joanna, May, Robin. Yeah. Who are Meh? Marrow, Elm, Harriet. They're Team Meh now? The rest of the Aesops is Team Meh? That's sad. Alright, yeah, this is what I recognize. This is something that I remember from the last one.
It should have been me. Not you, not Penny. Me. I was the one who stayed at Ironwood's side for far, far too long. I was the one who let the staff fall into Salem's hands.
Do I want a winter arc? Maybe. Yeah, where is Crow? Where was he? Yeah, I'm fine with winter getting development, but because the maidens always get their development because they're the actual main characters. I don't know, I guess it's unique. I'm not opposed to it. Yeah, blaming Ironwood again.
Because of me, Penny is gone. Forever.
Yeah, Atlas, get out. Long live the crown. This is new. This is different, I think. Port? 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 Port?
The Winter Maiden.
Oh. Oh! No! Why you make him sad? Why you gotta make my boy sad? Don't do that. He looks so fucking sad. Oh! Is that Port's new voice? Is that Port's voice? It's fine. I guess it's fine. Sad best boy. Thank you, Wild Pilot. And thank you, Sky Slasher. Get ready for BS. Oh, golly. Okay. How are you guys here? Is this a boat? Is this an airship? I think it was an airship. The, black smudge on screen didn't really do a good job telling me what exactly was happening.
Mishni.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not in love with Port's new voice. I'm gonna be honest, I really don't like it. Wasn't it different in the Ice Queendom? Could they just not get that voice actor to come in for these lines, or this is someone else stepping in for a second? That would make sense.
What's happened?
When Salem left Atlas, she came to Vale. And now there's nothing.
What? Ah, hold on. There we go. Now that is the appropriate reaction to seeing Sad Boy Oobleck. It's a little in the way of Sad Boy Oobleck. It's fine. What do you mean Vale is gone? What do you mean there's nothing left? What do you mean there's nothing left? What do you mean there's no- Wait a minute. They were, rebuilding Vale, though. The Grimm completely destroyed the entirety of Vale? How? They were there. They were there. Them, Glinda, Professor Peach, if that guy ever lived, that guy we talked about who was off screen that one time in Volume 1, surely some students stuck around. Wouldn't Tai Yang show up? Thank you, Sky Slasher. Yep, Vale fell again off screen. Wait, why? They were there. They were fighting in Vale. Why did... What? What? So all kingdoms... Okay. So Atlas and Mantle are completely destroyed, and now Vale is completely destroyed. So all that's left is Mistral and Vacuo. What? What? Yeah, but Mistral's fine. We still could have left some of the refugees there. Why are we all... if Vacuo's not happy with Atlas, let's get some airships and start shipping people off to Mistral. What do you mean? What do you mean Vale's destroyed off screen? What do you mean? Why? There were so many people around, and why would... I don't understand. Why would the Grimm keep going? I know the Grimm were looking for the relic, but put up walls. You can't kill enough of the Grimm? Team RWBY handles the Grimm easily. There's an entire gigantic army of Megaliaths charging down the streets of Mantle, and Team RWBY was able to handle it easily. You guys can't? You, superheroes can't? What? Why have that happen off screen? Last we saw of Vacuo was last fucking volume. We saw From Dusk Till Dawn. When Ruby's doing her big ol' stupid message to the world, we see the shopkeep and Glinda, and they're in From Dusk Till Dawn. A shop that's only existed in Vale. What happened? Was that not in Vale? Or were we not supposed to assume that was Vale? It looked pretty... Goodbye, Sloth. Thank you. I appreciate you. Did they not... Like, are we not meant to assume that was Vale? It looked pretty well put together outside of that shop. What do you mean I fell off screen? Thank you again, George. I remember a buddy pointed out that Oobleck studied Mountain Glen to prevent another event like it couldn't happen again. Now one has. Oh, that's sad. Damn. Why you gotta make my favorite boy sad? Fuck you. Why? Why did it fall off screen? Why off screen? That's my biggest thing. Like, we haven't mentioned Vale in years. Years and years and years. And now we're telling us, oh, it happened. It died. Just suddenly, off screen. Last we saw Glinda, it seemed, things seemed fine when we saw Glinda last. But I guess, I don't know, not anymore. Thank you, Ranger. So instead of going and finishing off the last people who can oppose you, instead go to a kingdom still in recovery with a non-functioning academy? What did you just say? So instead of going and finish off the last people who can't oppose you, instead go to a kingdom still in recovery with a non-function. Yes, with Beacon. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. That's so confusing. Like they toppled Beacon. Like, they didn't get the relic. But what are they gonna do? I guess just destroy it off screen. Is that why it takes Salem so long for her plans to go into action? Because she focuses on the wrong thing at the wrong... Whatever.
Thing left.
Dumb.
Where's Glenn?
Thank you, Alvy. How long has it even been since the fall of Atlas? I don't know. It's kind of nebulous. It's not really... I can't really tell. Maybe a couple of weeks?
Gone. Trying to find help. We led the civilian retreat, brought as many people with us as we could, and...
Who's Glinda gonna go find help from? Mistral? And everywhere else is gone. Atlas is dead. It's just Mistral and Menagerie, I guess. Go grab Kali and Gira, I suppose. Ilya. I guess that's it. Yeah, where's Glinda? Glinda's, like, gone looking for... No, they said she's gone looking for people. She's not dead gone. She's gone looking for more help. So... I guess she's just somewhere else right now. Here's someone else can't even spell her name right.
This is the only place we could think to go.
How is this the only place you could think to go? Why not Mistral? Why did everyone come to Vacuo? Why only Vacuo? Go to Mistral. Why is everyone coming to Vacuo? No, she's not dead, guys. Guys, she's not dead. They did not kill Glinda. They said she's just looking for help somewhere. I don't... This is the only place we could think to go. Mistral. Go to Haven. It's so fine. Vacuo's already, like, flooded. Go to Mistral. Why would you choose... Also, Mistral's closer to Vale. Isn't it? Isn't Mistral closer to Vale than Vacuo? Go to Menagerie. Go to anywhere. Why just Vacuo? What a contrived chain of events. What a completely asinine, contrived chain of events. Like, you could, like, oh, we could explain that, like, Vale got destroyed off screen, but we still will not give any explanation as to why no one is deciding to go to Mistral. It's like Mistral's like booming. It's like going so good over there. They got a new headmaster or something, and everything's going perfectly fine. And over here in Vacuo, everything's going to complete shit because every single person is coming to Vacuo for some reason. Yeah, if everyone's upsetty spaghetti and it keeps attracting more Grim, start doping people up. Like, 100%. That should be a plot point. Like, start, like, passing out uppers, start injecting ecstasy, like have that be a plot point. That's fine. You know, if it's such a problem. Thank you, Curly Art. Turns out Mistral was also destroyed off screen, and they just didn't tell us yet. Yeah. Everything Team RWBY did was for nothing, because it's all gone. Wait, they have a hole in their wall, remember? Yeah. Oh no, can't go there.
You were the one who believed in people.
You stole it. Give it back. I didn't.
Two people shoving in the background. Oh, it's the scene with, like, this is another cartoonishly stupid scene. I remember that.
They could be good. Whitley, Mother, they've worked hard to make amends. To fit in.
The alcoholic scene. Yeah, this is a character arc I would love to explore. I think that could be interesting. Hell yes. 100%. Also, it's about damn time Crow gets to hang out with people his own age. I mean, I guess he hung out with the Aesops and Robin, but he spent so much time hanging around RWBY and, like, the other teens. Thank you again, Wild Pilot. What happened to the Mood Bomb kid and the Nuh-uh Semblance dude? Is that also things from the book? I know about the Mood Bomb kid. I've never heard him described that way, but I know what you're talking about.
At a time.
But no amount of determination or hard work will change where we find ourselves now.
Filthy schneeze! Not so
Yeah, this stupid moment. Oh my god, I remember.
high and mighty now, are you?
How dare you feed children? It's the same thing I was just saying. Like, you're dumb. You're not so high and mighty now as you do volunteer work to feed starving children. We're the bad guys. Subtlety. Fuck you.
What's it like living at our level?
Who would do something like that? Like, let's pick a random famous person, like Taylor Swift. Like, let's imagine a bomb went off and everyone had to shuttle off somewhere and was living in very rough conditions because they were now refugees from war. And Taylor Swift was walking around, like, handing out bread to children, to starving children. Imagine someone going like, "You're not so high and mighty now, Taylor. You're not famous anymore. How does it feel being poor and starving like everyone else?" Like, what an idiot. This is so stupid. This is really dumb. They said, so it's not canon. Yeah, the hand. This isn't canon. They said things would probably change with Volume 10. I hope they tone down the stupidity of the vacuo and, like, we can feel bad for Willow without making people, like, absolutely cartoonish goons. I'm gonna throw rocks at orphans and attack this person trying to feed starving children, because it's the children that's always involved that makes it stupid, you know? Like, we can make Willow, like, be sympathetic in a moment where people think she's bad, without being so dumb about it. That's the thing. It's really dumb.
Leaving. Okay.
Sorry, my girlfriend or whatever, sister. Sorry, my buddy right there just screamed at your mom because she was in a complete asshole while she was feeding those starving children. What are we doing?
How long are we supposed to live like this? Let's just leave.
Yes. Yes. Just leave. He just said how long we're supposed to live like this. Let's just leave. Yes. Go to Mistral.
What do you do when there's no hope left?
Just go to Mistral. Like, why are you sitting there being like, no, don't. Just if it's overcrowded, It's obviously overcrowded, and there's too many Grim attacks, and everyone's overwhelmed. And also, all of the Vacuoans are so, like, over-the-top evil when it comes to your starving children orphans. Just start shuttling people to Mistral. Why is this a problem? If the hate was more subtle, it would hurt a lot more. It would. It'd be more impactful. It'd be, like, more realistic. Like, the moment the show starts getting close to being, like actually really dramatic. They're really trying this grim, somber mood this whole time. But oops, we goofed up. We made everyone, like, over-the-top evil, like cartoon Scooby-Doo villains. Because we can't do subtlety. The last time we tried doing something subtle, we did it too subtle, and everyone didn't agree with us.
You would know what to do, sister.
You would know what to do? What makes you think Weiss would know what to do? Everyone wants to attack everybody. Weiss would know what to do. Let's be real. Weiss was never the strategist of the team. I don't think Weiss was ever very good at, like, making amends between people. I don't think she knew how to, like, even stop an argument, no matter how petty. We're just making shit up now? These characters just a headcanon, just doing headcanon for their own characters in universe? Yeah, but wherever they go, there's nothing but desert. Yeah, it's if people want to leave, that's fine. Put them on an airship and send them away. Don't have them walk into the desert. It's buffoonish because there's so many obvious answers. Just send them to Mistral. Just send them to Mistral. But no. No, we have to make a big old deal about it.
You were the true heir to the Schnee name. You and your friends, you did everything you could to save the world.
Who cares about the heir to the Schnee name? The place is gone. It's all dead. Who cares? I don't care about the Schnee name thing. Why do they keep doing this? No one cares. It's dead. It's destroyed. All of Atlas is gone. No one cares about your famous name. The fact that people care that, oh, you're a Schnee. How does it feel being on our level? Who cares? It's gone. A giant demon whale rolled up with an immortal witch. Why do you care about the royalties? That's stupid. Thank you, Ranger. Oh god, the two most developed kingdoms is destroyed. Yeah, that too. Cool. Great stuff. If it could do that thing, I talked about it yesterday, about, like, things, like, with when I was talking about Nier. You know, if they did something like that, I'd be on board, but I doubt it.
You would be so disappointed in us.
Whitley, you really should cover up.
No, I won't hide forever.
What? Okay, so Willow just said, Whitley, you should cover up, and his response was, no, I won't hide forever. Are we... So, okay, I assumed she was like, you're gonna get a sunburn. Wear a hat so you don't get a sunburn because you are a pasty pale little white boy. Cover up so your skin does not burn from the sun. And Whitley's like, no, I won't hide my Schnee name. So is that what they're doing? Is that what the hat's doing? Is she trying to hide that she's a Schnee? Guys, you have pure white hair. You're not gonna hide it. Also, it didn't even work. That one bitch was yelling at you while you were feeding the orphan. Like, obviously they recognized you. Didn't matter. The hat didn't change anything. If you want a thing where, like, they hide who they are, have them dye their hair. Don't just have them put on a hat.
Fine.
Yeah, Willow being like, no, cover from the sun, idiot. Yeah, the don't come back thing. I'm glad they still didn't bother, like, making this more clear.
It's for the best.
That's
that
cool.
You didn't have
They
to
only
see.
had, what, a year since the original one came out at RTX, and everyone was like, what are you talking about? And And they're like, oops, we weren't clear enough with this. Good thing they didn't bother changing it. The don't come back is her talking to Weiss. She's like, don't come back to this, because everything's really bad. Okay. Yeah, like literally the most Elysian looking people. You're so right, Courtney.
Call me crazy, but I'm actually feeling a little optimistic about things.
You are crazy. It's weird that Crow's the optimistic one here.
Go figure. Don't get me wrong.
This is another part I recognize. I remember Crow talking.
It's probably never been worse. And yet, you can still see the good in small things. Acts of kindness. People trying to atone for past wrongs.
What are we doing? like with the refugees. Are they just like camped at Vacuo? Do we not have like some sort of structure in place? Where's Theodore? The Vacuo headmaster? Where's the council? Would they not be like working with everyone to like figure this out? I just don't, like, it just seems like everyone's just standing around in a giant empty field, and I know it's just because, like, it's an animatic, and, like, I assume this is a wall, and everyone's safe behind the walls or something, but I don't know. Like, I don't understand what we're doing with everybody.
Like an oasis in the desert. It's all a matter of perspective.
Yeah, both my nieces presumed dead equals optimism levels at full capacity. Yeah, I'm fine. Like, am I fine with having a Crow finally gets happy arc? That is cool. I'm into it. But also, how long were you mourning the loss of your family? Two of the only few family members you have left who you don't hate. You know? It's again, I see where Yang gets it. Oh yeah, Ruby just drank tea right in front of me. 4 minutes later, I'm fine. Oh, my two nieces are gone, and no one knows they're probably dead. I'm pretty dang optimistic.
Yes, an old friend taught me that.
Oh, cool. Great. Thanks, Rooster Teeth's website. Oh, yep. We'll just reload again. Do you think we'll get another Charmin ad?
You can't put that right in the
Cascade.
dishwasher.
Close.
Watch me. With Cascade Platinum Plus, I have upped my dish game. I just scrape, load.
Bad timing for
and I'm
Happy
done.
Crow.
In
Yeah,
that
like I'm all on
dishwasher.
board
In
with
that
Happy Crow,
dishwasher.
but this should still be
Only
more like
Platinum
Crow.
Plus is packed with
You know?
more Dawn.
Like we can
to
do
remove
Happy
up to
Crow
100%
once
of
Team Ruby
grease and
comes
food
back.
residue.
You
Get
know?
the highest
Then
standard
that
of
would make a
clean,
lot of
even in
sense
your
actually.
machine.
Oh, should I cover up the
Clean enough for you?
the ad?
Scrape.
Should I silence the ad? Sorry, I didn't even think about it. Watch, I won't get a copyright strike for anything Ruby related, but I'll get a copyright strike for the fucking Cascade commercial. That would be so dumb. Yeah, having Crow go through a happy arc is fine, but I think it would make more sense if it was like after Team Ruby came back, because then he's elated. Everything's going good. His family's back. Of course he'd be thrilled. Of course he'd have like a big stint of optimism. That would make more sense. This should have been Mourner Crow in this moment. Like, because presumably Team Ruby would be coming back soon. So like we could quickly dive into Happy Crow arc. You know, it just seems like uncaring, like emotionally distant from his family.
Ready, catch.
What was so important that I needed to come all the way down here?
You can't spend all your time taking meetings in shade. Come on.
Oh, we don't like those ugly, stinky Elysians, but we love the happy huntresses. I That'd be funny if they get to Vacuo and all of Vacuo was like, I don't like you, Atlas folk, and then a bunch of people from Mantle was like, we're not from Atlas, and they're like, we can't tell. You all look the same to us. And then the Mantle people and the Atlas people would be like, OMG, we are the same. Yeah, I know, ew, Robin. Ugh. Get those half-lidded eyes out of here. It's time. We're coming up to it. If I remember correctly, it's happening.
Is this one of those just wait, it's a surprise things? I'm not really
Just shut up a second. Here.
Yeah, this is it. Here we go. It's the stupid. Remember her message. That message of doom and terror. Fuck you. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. I don't like this at all. I've spent so much of my time yesterday talking about how absolutely stupid this is. Like, they should not heed her as, like, a remnant Jesus. I think it's stupid. Bad.
Things might be bad. But my biggest regret is that none of you are here to see the good that you started.
What good? This entire thing has been people talking about how bad things are. You know, Oscar's going through the trenches emotionally and with his merge with Ozpin. Nora's really, like, going through it. Ren doesn't know how to keep anything together. Winter is now having, like, she's at the stage of depression where she was like, it should have been me, the bargaining stage. Everything is bad. And you walked through one street corner where, like, a couple of children were laughing and having fun, rather than having, like, rocks being thrown at them and being harassed when they're trying to get food given to them. The one time you walk through the street and you happen to notice children laughing, you're like, this is pretty dang good. Too bad they weren't here to see how good it was. As, like, everyone else around Crow is like, this is terrible. I'm in emotional turmoil. Thank you, Mercury Black. You're really cool. Hey, Critter, I just finished and uploaded Crack of this animatic. Want to check it out during the stream? After you watch the animatic, of course. I think I saw you posted that. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe? We'll see. We'll see. Totally. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We're almost done with this. I can totally check out your thing. Let's go.
Because you did start something.
She did. She did start something. She started emotional turmoil on an unprecedented scale. Ren looked back, and the entirety of Vacuo was blue petals, which is sad. The blue petals is sad. Like, they represent sadness. Like, this is not a good thing, Crow. Not even in this animatic is it presented as a good thing. Yeah, and, like, originally it was, like, Raven's teleportal that they were coming through. Because it was going to be, like, Raven somehow, and that didn't end up making it into the final part of Volume 9, which is probably for the best. I would expect a bigger conversation if Raven showed up out of nowhere. But presumably Raven will play a really big role in Volume 5 then. Not Volume 5. Volume 10. Double it. Volume 10, if it ever shows up.
But how? You sent a message.
You sent a message, and it sent everyone into a serious state of depression. This isn't a good thing. This is airships because everyone's really sad and they don't want to be here.
Crow, are you coming to the meeting or...
Yeah, this is a shot where Blake's taller than Yang. That is weird. I don't like that.
Hey, everyone.
Yeah, that's it. That's the ending. Oh, they have a concept art for Vacuo? Is that what I just saw? Show me. Show me the good stuff. Wow. Written by Eddie, Miles, and Kiersey. Yeah, Carrie didn't even, like, write this, presumably. The only thing Carrie did was episode 1. Thank you, Juan. My cope is taking over me. I love this epilogue. Nice. Thank you, Alvy. Why is Crow so happy to see Raven? Yeah, that's also weird. Why are they so happy to see each other? Last time they saw each other, they were trying to kill each other. I'm not super... Like, it's not bad. It's not a bad epilogue by any means. You know, it's not nearly... I didn't hate it as much as I expected to, which means I probably won't have a, Oh, hold on. It means I probably won't have a, like a review for it, because just like, there's nothing more I could say that I haven't already said. Yeah, no Emerald monologue. Everyone else did, but not Emerald. It was fine. It was a fine epilogue. I get it's not even canon, so I don't know why we keep calling it, yeah, a bonus ending animatic. It's not really an epilogue, but, like, it's okay. It's not nearly as bad as I thought. I thought it was going to be much more stupid. In fact, a lot of things that they introduced were way better. Like, we saw the ending of them getting out of the storm. We were seeing the turmoil of, like, the consequences with their actions. Bit of a goofy misstep here or there. Oscar's weird comment about colonization can very easily, like, this isn't canon yet, we could just cut that out and make that better, because that doesn't make sense, what he said. Also, I think the cartoonishly over-the-top evilness of the Vacuoans can be easily remedied. You know, just make them not literally over-the-top, like, throwing rocks at orphans. You know, you know, they're like the things that are wrong here are very easily fixed if they continued to work on the script, to fine-tune it, you know? So, it's not bad. It wasn't terrible. A little melodramatic, you know, a little slow, which is understandable. Could be worse. Wasn't that bad. Honestly, thank you, Wild Pilot. Honestly, I want to finish the story. Hashtag go for goo. Oh, is that the new hashtag people are doing? There's always a new one. And I'm like, I can't keep up with them. And the worst thing is because I can't read. And so I have to, like, really slowly, phonetically figure out what it is people are spelling. Alright, hold up. Let me hit that button real quick. And then let me... do this real quick. Bam. Oh, I can get rid of my crying face. Let's pull up Mercury Black's crack video. Let's do RWBY Mercury Black. Thank you, Ranger Crow. You sent a message. You sent a message that sent people into a panic. Vale is destroyed. Vacuoans hate the Elysians to a racist degree, and everyone is miserable. Yes. Like, it's like, I appreciate the, like, positive spin on the end there with, like, Crow. I don't think it should have been Crow, though. If I'm being honest. Like, maybe Nora, maybe Ren. A positive Ren concept would have been kind of cool. Let me resize this. Yeah, we're gonna check out, what? Oh, what? Oh, wrong one. Yeah, let me, resize this real quick so we can see this better. We're gonna check out Mercury Black's, RWBY Crack video. Let me just minimize this a little so it fits a little bit better. Cool. Perfect. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Oh, and hold on. I'm gonna lock that back in place. And I am going to hit that like, everybody. Everyone should go and like this video. Alright, let's check it out. Let me know if the volume's too low or whatever, and then I can fix it. Let's go. Since we won't have new content for a while, might as well make this. Hooray! Let's go. Also, happy April Fools. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting it's April Fool's Day.
We buried our friends today.
It was so much right away. Hold on. I thought I saw that. I thought I saw the banana hair. And then Penny. Alrighty.
That's rough, buddy.
Oh. Good shit. Good use of that Zuko line.
Yes, queen, slay! Slay! Slay your enemies! Ruler of mortal realms of men! Smite down those that oppose you!
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Making my way.
Adding coffee, the theme song for caffeine in the background. Nice touch.
Hey, through the hood, sipping this yak.
The last thing we need is a kingdom of orphans.
You eat all my beans, nigga?
We've had our own problems. The world doesn't revolve around Atlas.
The same dude literally minutes ago.
What if we can't move on?
Yes! Yes!
Okay, so it wasn't just me. I noticed that too. And I was like, is it because she's nervous because she's staring at her scars? Or is that like, OMG, blushes?
Scarred.
Hey, I was going to try and cook some dinner for the gang, if you want to stick around.
Wait. Let him cook.
Oh, that's really sweet. But I told Velvet I'd help her get more supplies out to the edge settlements. Would feel bad eating before those guys.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
Yatsu. Hey, I was just about to...
Dude, the new Five Nights at Vacuo's just dropped. You gotta check it out.
This is Sparta!
Who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck are you?
I asked you first.
I asked you second.
There's a lot of good, there's a lot of great, like, gag references here. Oh my god. This is like right in my funny bone. This is like my style of humor. I love this stuff.
Asked you second.
Oh, poor Mercury.
But she's able to recover by preying on those filled with fear and anger.
Corsair?
I thought I got an ad. I thought I got an ad, and I was just, I was like, I was filled with hate that it was the same ads. Oh God.
I've finally accepted you aren't coming back. It should have been me. Not you, not Penny. Me.
Yeah, well, you know, that's just like, your opinion, man.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
Mishni.
What's happened?
When Salem left Atlas, she came to Vale. And now there's nothing left.
What? What the fuck?
Where's
Gone. Trying to find help.
Oh, for real? On guard? Just like that?
It's one of those just wait, it's a surprise things. I'm not really
Just shut up a second. Here.
Change the world. My final message. Goodbye.
What did that say? I know I'm Strange did it before me, but I don't. Thank you for making me laugh. Okay, alright.
What?
A new retcon.
You sent a message, and the world answered.
Oh, chills. Literal chills.
Hey, Crow, are you coming to the meeting or?
I don't care what you think. This version of the song is goated with the sauce, and I'ma let it play out. You're not wrong. It is a very good version of the song, 100%. Like, I understand why they kept the song like as the ending for both the real Volume 9 ending and this animatic, because it is very good. But I'm not gonna let it play out, because copyright. Let me just interrupt there for a second.
Hey everyone.
Nice. Good. Cool stuff. That was hilarious. That was funny. The Gillette ad in the middle killed me. Cracked me up 100%. Okay. And we've done it. We've finished our very long RWBY adventure. All 9 volumes and the epilogue. We did it. And now I can stop doing streams that are over 5 hours long. We don't know what their schedule for RWBY Beyond is yet. Hopefully they post something soon, I'll figure out what I'm planning on doing for the rest of this week. I hope you will join me the next time we come back to this with RWBY Beyond and whatever else they got going on. Thank you all. You're all really cool. Thanks for hanging out with me, and the super chats. You're all very nice. You're all very kind, and I appreciate you so much, and you do a lot to help me out. I do deserve rest. You're right, don't I? I deserve sleepies. So yeah, next time, we'll figure out what we're doing. Who knows? Thank you. I appreciate you. There's more RWBY stuff, presumably soon. We'll see. We don't know what the schedule is yet, but we'll see. Made you feel better? Yes! Success! Overhyping day was better. Yeah! I'm glad. I was able to help make it better for you. Hopefully the rest of the day, as it plays out, goes out really good for you as well. So, that's it. Thanks for hanging out. It was another really long one, which I expected it to. I knew the epilogue was going to take us a while. I spent like a whole hour on just the epilogue. So thank you so much. I appreciate you. We'll figure out what's going on from here. Thank you for watching and hanging out, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.